My name is Christiane Liermann. I would like to thank Matthew and Florian and Federico for trusting me to have the chair this morning for the first session. And in general, I would like to thank you very much for organizing this excellent conference. I enjoy very, very much, and it's for the Villa Vigoni a great honor. I say that also on behalf of my young colleagues and of the Vigoni group that is here present, that it's a great pleasure and honor to be here, to be cooperating with you, and we learned very much. Thank you so much. So today's first panel is dedicated to the struggle against anti-liberalism, the second chapter interpreting liberal Europe in the interbellum period. This panel is dedicated to some of the most famous writers and intellectuals of the 20th century. They all were maîtres à penser, public authorities, opinion leaders, and some of them were also politicians. Not all of them were born classical liberals, but they became defenders, not so much of a concrete liberal order, but of a liberal and free way of being. Lebensform, Weltanschauung. I think this is what they have in common when they realized that these values were in a mortal danger. And I would like to present the entire panel at once and then start with Paola Catani. I will just follow the list of the program you have in hand. Paola Catani, she teaches in Rome. She is expert in French literature, specialist on the work of Paul Valéry, and in general of the history of ideas in the 20th century. She is for a long years now a member of this very important research network on the history of the ideas of Europe. Welcome, dear Paola. Then second, Christina Blanco Lopez. She teaches at Ca' Foscari in Venice. She is an expert in European culture and politics. She is an investigator and coordinator of various European and international research projects on human mobility and human rights, especially in the European integration progress. She cooperates with UNESCO. She's an international scholar with research stays all over the world, from Australia to China to the United States, in nearly all states of Europe. Then there is, welcome. Then there's Alexandra Tobias. She's a researcher from the European University Institute at Fiesole in Florence. She is expert in the history and civilization of Europe, specialized on Central Europe. She investigates what one could call the literary escapes from history, and this exactly will also be her issue today in her talk. And then there's Matthew, and he has no need to be presented, but foremost to be thanked. And he's the bridge person, I think, between English, British, European, Italian, German historical cultures, and this makes him so very precious. And I love the beautiful town of Norwich and the Norfolk Broads, and I hope to return there. And so welcome to all of you. And just let us start. We agreed that everybody has kind of 15 minutes to talk, and then we open the floor for the discussion. So Paola, it's your turn.
Thank you so much for this introduction. And it is particularly interesting for me today to speak, to participate to this panel, because in fact it includes talks about intellectual that I see as deeply connected. And I will try to... Yeah? Should be... Yeah? It's okay? Is it okay? Thank you. I will try to isolate a specific way of conceiving liberalism, which is common to many important authors at the beginning of the 20th century. And I will talk about Thomas Mann, Paul Valéry, and José Ortega y Gasset. But I could also have had two other authors that will be discussed this morning, Salvador De Madariaga and Benedetto Croce. It would have been too ambitious, of course. In any case, I hope we will have the opportunity to discuss later about them. I will rely today on my research for a book I'm completing on the spiritual liberalism of the writers at the beginning of the 20th century. And I will start with a consideration. The writers I will deal with espouse some profoundly contradiction about liberal Europe, ranging from sharp criticism of liberal democracy to the passionate defense of it. German novelist Thomas Mann vehemently criticized the West in its reflections of an unpolitical man, before proclaiming his commitment to the pro-democratic cause in his speech on the German Republic in 1922. French poet Paul Valéry had made little secret of his anti-democratic and anti-Dreyfusard sentiments in the final years of the 19th century, before declaring himself in favor of a liberal and democratic Europe in his famous article, The Crisis of the Mind, Le Crise de l'Esprit, published in 1990. And José Ortega y Gasset issued a stinging critique of mass democracy in The Revolt of Masses, 1930, but also made a significant contribution to the creation of a democratic Spain, even becoming a deputy in the Constituent Assembly of the Second Spanish Republic in 1931. Certainly, these authors' attitudes change in line with the developments of the historical situation, and the advance of totalitarianism, of course, led them to reassess some of the positive aspects of the social and political system they had criticized so harshly. However, I think it would be wrong to suggest that such contradictions were merely a gradual development through successive chronological moments, because fundamentally these authors believe that the synthesis between liberalism and democracy that was attempted at the end of the 19th century had failed, and it was it needed a reassessment urgently. So what aspects did they criticize, and what form did their defense take, and also in what measure did the anti-democratic and anti-liberal tradition of the late 19th century shape these writers' concerns, and to what degree did they depart from it? Let's start with the criticism addressed by each author. Thomas Mann first, in his virulent reflections of an unpolitical man, provided an indictment of the English utilitarian pragmatic liberalism and also the French democratic revolution. For Mann, both the strong and the weak point of English liberalism was its empirical nature, and quite a few practically useful things that make life more agreeable come from there, such as the bicycle, the water closet, the trimmed mustache, the safety razor, lawn tennis, and so on. And the problem with the French Revolution was, on the other hand, of course, that it was linked with the illiberal and bloody terror. So both these models of civilization were trying to achieve the wrong type of freedom for man, because focusing on the institutional and political dimension of collective life was profoundly damaging to the spiritual and individual freedom, which in his eyes had to be defended at all costs. Man criticism mirrored the arguments and of the 19th century anti-modern tradition and anti-liberalism of Nietzsche in particular. And for Nietzsche, true freedom, of course, was that of the superior, heroic individual who paved the way for all values to be rejected. And nothing could be further removed from the authentic freedom than liberalism and liberal institutions, because for Nietzsche, they acted rather to annihilate the struggle, pacify the vital instincts. And this criticism was to have a profound influence on Carl Schmitt, especially, who similarly presented liberalism as a weak, a defeatist project. Reflections of a non-political man bear the influence of Nietzsche, but they also show man starting to distance himself from the more destructive aspects of Nietzsche criticism. And this is an important point, because man is well aware that the Nietzschean freedom could also become a poison, he said, a nihilistic idea, and which is only salutary in the smallest doses. This is man. And freedom should be instead considered more as a road, not a goal already reached, he said, which means openness, flexibility, inclination towards life, and humility. And also democracy, in its liberal version, finally is to be defended, because it is based more than any other political form on the sentiment and awareness of the dignity of man. In France, another author cautious on Nietzsche was Paul Valéry, who was highly skeptical on the explosive nature of Nietzsche, because it was unsatisfactory for him as for the pars construens. And in The Crisis of the Mind, Valéry was especially critical of the state of confusion reigning in European culture at that time, which he compared to an incandescent furnace in which nothing could be distinguished, an infinitely potential nothing. And Robert Musil to observe something similar in the same years when he defined Europe as a Babylonian madhouse. Neither Valéry nor Musil believed that the solution was a return to the order, of course, because they were aware of the danger this entailed. Rather, they reflected on the fragility of the liberal mechanism, which is predicated on variety, a positive form of uncontrolled disorder that is capable of cultivating plurality. And Europe, indeed, for Valéry, is like a stock market in which this heterogeneous mix enriches itself continually. And Valéry's critique of liberal Europe is very different from those formulated by authors such as Schmitt, again, and Joseph de Maistre, also, because these thinkers believed liberalism to be dangerous because it was fundamentally hostile to the classical idea of objective good. And Valéry viewed the absence, on the contrary, of an ordering center with relief, and he was concerned rather with the fragility of the general arrangement mechanism. And it was the spirit, l'esprit, or the thought, the intellect, which in his view should govern the process of mediation without causing dispersion. And the thought is a force that guarantees for Valéry a productive kind of inequality. And for Valéry, the concept of inequality is a very important one, not because he desired an unequal society, in the sense of being unjust, but because he wanted to live in a society that rewarded value of products, people, and ideas, especially. Ortega y Gasset, too, was wrestling with a similar problem, He saw democratic liberalism as being self-destructive because, in his view, democracy was inclined in particular to degenerate into plebeiismo, he said. But what is interesting is that Ortega was especially issuing an invitation to rebellion against the 19th century because in the 19th century, liberalism had taken on the appearance of a conservative philosophy. Liberals had not changed with the times and remained stuck with specific historical incarnation of the idea of freedom. And this analysis is entirely consistent with that of the US philosopher John Dewey, who in Liberalism and Social Action, 1935, noted how the first liberalism had proved to be ineffective in tackling the new problems of social organization that its success had created. So for Ortega, liberalism was to be reconceived as a frontline ethical imperative, he says, always ahead of the game, scouting out new liberties, and it was to be redefined as a form of political thought that puts the realization of a moral idea ahead of mere utility. Behind these various criticisms, some common objectives emerge. First, these authors try to find the difficult balance between freedom as self-realization and freedom as self-government, which is also a compromise between the liberal and democratic freedom, of course. Then, the three authors were certainly influenced by 19th century anti-modernist tradition, but they also moved away from 19th century anti-democratism and anti-liberalism, both in the Nietzschean version, which for them was too destructive, and in the version by De Maistre, which was anti-skepticism. They disagreed. However, the most significant point is that all three authors reinterpreted democratic liberalism in spiritual terms. For Valéry, it was only by starting again from the spirit that the concept of democratic liberalism could be revitalized and the stock market relaunched. For Ortega, liberalism had its time and required replacing, not however with anti-liberalism, which he associated both with fascism and Bolshevism, but with a moral version and more profound version of liberalism itself. And Mann, too, even before his democratic turn proper, reappraised democracy as a virtue of the spirits, a kind a moral and non-political force, an anachronistic virtue in a world that tended to expunge all of them. In other words, these authors recognize that the only way out of the continent's historical distortion, in which the liberal and the conflictual attitudes were prevailing, was to re-envision liberalism as a form of mental and behavioral conduct, and liberalism as an ethical stance, especially. They oppose, in doing so, liberal and liberalism, and they are liberals, but they don't like 19th century liberalism. Moreover, they remember that spiritual, the ideal, must inform the reality and guide the everyday life of the polis. These authors thus feel, in a way, that some fundamental problems of liberal and democratic societies cannot be solved with political and institutional engineering, but nor with laws, but only through the adoption and the spread of habits and mental behaviors at the same time. And I'm concluding, in this way, these writers of the beginning of the 20th century preempted and would be sympathetic toward some efforts made by some philosophers at the end of the 20th century or the beginning of the 21st century, I think at Martha Nussbaum, Sen, and Dworkin, to explore especially the ethical and philosophical foundation of political liberalism. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula. I think you gave us three authors, three thinkers that expressed very essential criticism we will return on and we find over and over again throughout the 20th and 21st century. Thank you so much, and I pass on and give the word to Christina. No, not yet.
So, should work. Yes. Yeah, good. Okay. So, should it be in the computer, the presentation? Just meanwhile, let me explain a bit about Salvador De Madariaga, because for this presentation I wanted to do something a bit different. Here he is. You can see him. And okay, so maybe the presentation mode for the first slide. Yes, thank you. Okay, that's really great. And sorry? The mic is on. Yes. Yeah. Hope so. Otherwise, I will try to project my voice, but thank you so much for checking. So thank you for being here so early in the morning. And as I was saying, today I wanted to do something a bit different because my own experience conducting archival research on Salvador De Madariaga brought me to understand historical research also in a different way. So I will start my presentation on a plane, and I will end this presentation outside of a plane. You will soon understand why. And I'm very pleasantly surprised by the fact that most people here today, you know Salvador De Madariaga, because in many of my presentations, when I talk about European integration history, many people don't know him. So when I was talking to Paola or Carl Antonius and other persons, I was like very pleasantly surprised. So just to give you an idea of the impact of this historical figure that maybe today is not that well known, collectively, there was once a plane flying over the Pyrenees, and they were having a lot of trouble. They had a lot of technical problems, and they were about to crash on the mountains. So the pilot announced that they were trying to ask for permission to land in Spain and not in France. And they said, like, we're asking for permission, we will be landing in France because otherwise here in the mountains we might crash, we might all die. And suddenly somebody inside this plane shouted and screamed, "You can't land in Spain, Salvador De Madariaga is here." And then the pilot, he came out and said like, "Okay, we will risk everything, but Madariaga must leave." So just to give you an idea of how impactful he was. And he was many things. He was not just, he started as an engineer, and he's very close to my heart also because we come from the same hometown, La Coruña in Spain. I went to the same high school. And then later on after high school, his father sent him to Paris to become an engineer because he was writing a lot, and that's not a good thing according to some parents. So he became an engineer, but he used that also in a very compelling way. Okay, let me try to change this. Yes, so he was working as a foreign correspondent, but before that he was working as an engineer, mine engineer, train engineer, so many things. And later on, when he worked for the League of Nations in 1921, he started as a foreign correspondent, but then he became the chief of disarmament of the League of Nations. So he really applied this idea of that an engineer can build weapons, but an engineer can also disassemble weapons and destroy them. So that was the whole idea about becoming a chief of disarmament and using that to fulfill all his pacifist ideas. He was a pacifist, an activist, leader that brought together all the so-called captive nations later on within the European movement, either from authoritarian regimes or totalitarian regimes. So a very, very rich person. And in 1928, that's what I was bringing here, he became the first chair in Spanish literature at the University of Oxford. He was very critical of that position. He called Oxford professors lamas of a Western Tibet, and he quitted that job at some point. And he was a playwright. He wrote novels, he wrote poetry. And what I myself found in the historical archives that he has in Spain, in La Coruña, his personal family archives, and those containing all the information about his political activity in the exile, is that he expressed all that richness in very original ways. He didn't just share ideas in his correspondence with political leaders and intellectual leaders, but sometimes he lacked the words and he shared poetry. So I will be sharing some of this poetry here with you today, just to convey the main ideas that he was trying to circulate around the continent, but also beyond, because he was also in charge of creating a world union. And later on, he would become the founder of the Collegio in Bruges, and he would be a very prominent figure in the configuration and development of the European community, as we know it from later on. So he always had this idea of the future lies beyond your own boundaries. And for me, that's very important because I'm now coordinating a EU Horizon 2020 project on the history of free movement, the history of human mobility rights as a fundamental right to have rights. And I discovered that Madariaga was very impactful and very influential from that point of view. So that idea of going beyond your boundaries that also evokes this quotation by Dewitt Jones, it's not trespassing to go beyond your own boundaries. And I think he exemplifies this kind of a statement throughout his life. So in 1928, he was the first chair in Spanish literature. Later on in 1966, he became Doctor honoris causa in Oxford. He was considered one of the most really encyclopedic talents who has ever been there. And there's something else I wanted to show you. I was bringing also these photos from the historical archives. And here you can see, this very modest little man in a little table and a bit of all his dimensions. The phone is the activism and the political activity in exile, the art, that was very important for him, and also his work as a writer. So that would be a mix that would survive for the rest of his life. So regarding the archives, I'm mainly looking into essays, the correspondence, the letters about his political activity in exile. And what I wanted to do today was not that much to focus on the interwar period in itself, but also to explain how his ideas project also in the period after the Second World War into the Cold War, how they come to fruition, how we can see that from original ideas coming from this period when he was the chief of disarmament at the League of Nations. So we will be looking into all these different works, reflections on Europe, meditations on Europe, articles from the Neue Zürcher Zeitung. He spent 40 years in exile, so he was contributing to that newspaper when he was living in Switzerland for a long time. Also Save Freedom, Moving Freely, and all these topics that are very important for my research about these origins of free movement within the European integration process. And also we have the kaleidoscope of world politics. So he has this very significant poem that he was sharing in many of the letters during his political activism in exile that is called Forbidden Places. And they were not just forbidden places then in the past. If you look at that, I think you will recognize these forbidden places also now in the present. They are North, hate, South, war, East, challenge, and West, scorn. And also at the same time, he was thinking about all these topics. He was keeping on asking this question, are trench scars closed? So he was keeping on coming to the scars and the traces of the First World War and the impact on everything that came afterwards. So those were forbidden places, but he continuously saw Europe in a very optimistic light as a space of possibility. And that's something that I always consider very interesting. So meditations on Europe, he starts to develop all this idea of free movement of persons, moving freely within the continent, moving freely in Europe. And he says that Europe is about to become a reality later on, after the Second World War. But he writes this book called Victors, Be Aware. There are so many things that we need to take into account. This is a very fragile context and everything can happen. So at the same time, we should better think of a renaissance. He was all the time insisting on this renaissance idea. And he talked about how roads and rivers and channels, I think this presentation has a lot of water and rivers. You will see, unlike the incandescent furnace by Valerie, so it's not full of fire, but full of water. Railways, electric lines, telephonic and telegraphic lines, they form what he called the cardiovascular system and the nervous fibers of this emerging political system. And at the same time, he has this feeling that after the First World War and then again after the Second World War, Europe starts to rely on its own strength, that this will channel our common united destiny, and freedom to move is key. within that kind of context. So he also insisted on transnational continental communications to talk about something that Paula mentioned as well, which is the dimension of everyday life. So it was a national daily life, which is not just a manifestation of something concrete and domestic, but also of an interconnected European life. So it was something larger. And here there's another very interesting poem, which is called The Home of Man. And he wrote that, and he reflected upon that in a later book that came out in the 60s. He was very critical of the Cold War. And it's called The Blowing Up of the Parthenon, where I think it connects with Alessandro's and Giorgio's ideas on order, and how the order is disrupted. And also we had this brilliant question yesterday about the symbol of Athens and the Parthenon and all that. So that was coming back very strongly in his symbolic reflections. But at the same time, using poetry, he was asked many times in the letters, like, why do you respond with poetry when we ask about politics and geopolitics and international relations? And he said, poetry is immediate, and at the same time, it's an event. It's different each time, even if it contains the very same words. So here is the home of man. The earth was meant to be your paradise, and there, at the gates of time, in history's plan, the war nightmare will sink in the sunrise, arise and make the world the home of man. So this cosmopolitan spirit was coming back very strongly, also from that point of view. And he also talked about a common European space and how the current borders, all the separations we find in the contemporary history of Europe cannot be accepted as definitive. This is not definitive. We should move towards a union. And so the aim was to create unity and freedom for the peoples of Europe, including this free movement. That was something that he linked many times. And he always had this idea of home and freedom within our continent. That those two dimensions commonly were together. So in the case of Spain, he was very, very impactful later on in 1962 when he was trying to bring together the clandestine opposition to Franco's regime within the country and also in exile. And he tried to do that in the meeting of the European movement in 1962 in Munich. And that was really, we can talk about the outcomes of that, but people were really repressed when they went back to Spain, and they suffered a lot of punishments for that attempt to think about democracy together. So in the case of Spain, he said, this idea of freedom, democracy, is only attainable with democratic institutions following the idea of a European Convention of Human Rights and some kind of European social charter. Because Europe is not just a common market, it is a belief linked to the value we give to freedom of humanity. So there's always this human dimension in his thought. And he always talks about Spain and the time to act. Time is very important, temporalities are very influential in his thought. And he has this literary work called Arceval, but Arceval was also a pseudonym. He was using Arceval as a nom de plume to say things that he couldn't say in other aspects of his life. So he said that Spain represents an ideal of self-betterment, but just in theory, and it could be a catalyst for a Europe in the making. And he called that intention, that aspiration, the Spanish intellectual fever. That's something that apparently we suffer. And he insisted on the notion of a renaissance for a new life, and not just a renaissance of knowledge. So he also said very critically, Spaniards do not want something. They just limit themselves with dreaming of wanting something. So we are very complex creatures. And then in his 40 years in exile, he had a lot of time to reflect about also these temporalities, exile and time. And there's another poem that he was sharing a lot in his letters that we can see in the archives. And this is something that I found it was very significant in terms of temporalities. I live if I look forwards. I die if I look back. I swing in the now. I dream the hour to come. I miss the hour which left. So all these contradictions coming back again. And later on in these Oxford letters and Zurich papers in exile, he would continue talking about the free movement idea and how we can become mutually complementary as different essences within the same continent. And also how to be European is to be able to love the essences of others, which is something I think we have many times totally forgot. And then he used this metaphor for European integration. There was an idea he was thinking about since the interwar period, but also again in the post-Second World War, and in the 1960s it was coming again and again, and it was this paradox. He talked about a mathematician. He was talking here as a mathematician, as an engineer, his original career, and he said, somebody draws a mathematical formula in the garden based on the square root of -1, which does not exist and cannot exist. But the dynamo upon which this formula is based works. So he compared that notion to European integration. And at the same time, he always talked about having tangible points of departure, and he had this theory about a source, the font is the source, that it's able to connect scattered and different lands within Europe as part of the single continent. He insisted also on this idea of a network, the network creation of all rivers and vectors connected, because all these rivers and all these vectors together, they were Europe. So he also talked about the winds, and he recovered this idea of the 4 directions, the 4 points, from his poetry, and he said that they melt in a single harmony of influences, and they maybe coincide still with our present. So he talked about the kind and luminous south, and how it meets the active and grey north, and at the same time the cordial and spiritual east, and the intellectual and critical west. So the long river, he said, reflects all these dimensions and runs towards the Black Sea, opening up Asian perspectives. He was somehow talking about a proto-comparative regionalism and regionalism in the regional integration in different regions of the world. And he also considered that mathematicians have this positive consideration of extension not as a conquest, as in the European past, colonialism and so on, but as the axis from a common point of departure, as all extensions imply the deepening of a relation. And that was his own definition of integration. So he always talked about the Danube, the Ring, and the Rodano. And the Rodano and the Danube, for him, these rivers, these waters, they were meta-national. And their waters reflected different firmaments, which illuminate different human mansions. And within their light, they extend our horizons, and well beyond any notion of national perspective. There was always this transnational dimension and concern. And he said that before reaching the Black Sea, the Danube follows a quiet pathway, uniting peoples in its way, a union that any form of blind nationalism is intent of dividing. He was very critical of any kind of nationalism. So he was coming back again and again to this idea of a tangible freedom that we can achieve by returning to the concept of community. Community was the key for him. And communities, he said, join to counteract external difficulties in view of the solution of their internal problems. That was the main fundament of that. And he also insisted on the idea of a bottom-up construction. So European integration, the coming together of this unity of Europe, could be bottom-up, because this is the only one and the most solid model we must apply to the construction of Europe. Okay, I'm just finishing. This is the conclusion. Thank you. So the idea of renewing Europe within a community does not mean to centralize it, or even less, to reduce it to a statistical concept. He was very critical of that. And he also said that quality must be imposed over quantity. So this is the literary man over the engineer here. And we can only organize Europe under the auspices of freedom and federalism, again, bottom up. We could never fall into an aristocracy which could not be tolerated in our historical age. He was extremely critical of aristocracy. I don't think we have seen that this appearance of aristocracy yet, but also, this is the conclusion. He wrote a very significant essay recovering ideas from the interwar period, from the aftermath of the Second World War, and all his Cold War writings. That is entitled Fiat Europe. So let's trust Europe as this possibility of freedom and democracy. And he said that your responsibility as a human being is non-transferable. And also that you should never renounce your perspective in favor of a group, a party, a city, of a nation. The human dimension of the individual was very strong. Also, in terms of my own interest and project about free movement, he said that the community is a passport for a freedom of action. And a community at the same time, which needs a passport, is never free, it's not a free community. So when he was asking, what's the meaning of Europe will be a reality? Europe has always existed for centuries. And a community which revises all passports, denies passports to those who do not pass immigration directives is not yet a free community or a true community. So here I started my story on board of a plane about to crash. Fortunately, the pilot was very good and everybody survived. And here, 40 years after, in 1976, he's coming for the first time out of the plane to visit Spain. And I also wanted to finish with another anecdote that I kept on rediscovering Salvador De Madariaga throughout my life. When I was working at the European Studies Center in St. Antony's College in Oxford, I remember I took a book, and the book contained a note by the author, a Catalan poet, that said, this verse is for you. And it was saying, night is perfume breeze. And this is for you, Don Salvador. And I thought, oh, who deserves such a verse? So it was Madariaga. And then I started opening all the books, and all the authors, all the poets, all the writers, they were dedicating their words to Don Salvador. So I think it's maybe a good moment for a rediscovery and a conversation as part of a larger analysis. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Christina, for your very beautiful and vivid talk, and you presented us Madariaga, very interesting European and universal spirit, and I think this could be one of our issues in the discussion. So how does he get universal thought and European thought together? But I like very much also his concept of culture, how the European continent is defined by its rivers and streets and ferry roads. And thank you so much. So we pass on, and it's Alexandra who is next with her talk. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation. It's a great pleasure and great privilege for me to be here and have this possibility to share some ideas with you. So today my presentation concerns two writers and the changing self-identifications in relation to different cultural spaces and the self-identifications that they reshaped while traveling to different continents. The unprecedented speed and unpredictable rhythm of history of the 20th century, as well as rapidly shifting borders in Central Europe, considerably reshaped imagined topographies of Stefan Zweig and Sándor Máry. The Great War deprived them of the Austro-Hungarian homeland and the next global conflict of a broader European home. Máry's Kosha, once located in Hungary, in the aftermath of the First World War, was annexed to the newly established state of Czechoslovakia and was renamed to Košice. Zweig's Vienna, once the heart of a great international empire where nations were regarded as remained behind the multi-ethnic state, became a capital of a relatively small Central European country. Interwar Europe and Austria, compared by Zweig to an, I quote, embryonic miscarriage of Madame Versailles, did not resemble in any way his world of yesterday. Both writers' disapproving stance towards the geopolitical changes after the Great War expressed in the yearning for the Habsburg supranational state and search for the personal Europes on the other continents. The two writers, who were also once met, born at the threshold of centuries, pertain to the generation in front of the closed door, to refer to the Slovene writer Ivo Brnčić. So they were devoid of both comforting rootedness in the past and long-term visions of future. In response to modern history written with capital letter, which the German historian Reinhard Koselleck defined in terms of acceleration, progress, and an enlarging gap between sphere of experience and horizon of expectation, Zweig and Máry embarked on the nomadic way of life. In the face of a radically transformed post-war context and finding themselves, as Zweig said, at the heart of shattered world in these shattered times, they perceived traveling as a means of putting these scattered pieces together within a new vision of world reconfigured on a way. The writer's text, inspired by journeys, represent a new type of travel narrative, which in its personal dimension of self-reflection overriding impersonality and descriptiveness, becomes a variation of life writing. So contrary to the previous form of travel account focused on factual observation on external reality, in the new narrative of journey, what is put to the foreground is the subjective way an author responds to a surrounding cultural landscape. Therefore, it is a personal experience and not the outside reality that prevails in the writer's travel narratives. Consequently, Maroj defined his eastward journey as the one which, I quote, absorbs the landscapes and people in the form of vision, and thus its aim is not to, as he said, register a topographic and ethnographic reality, but to understand oneself better in the face of cultural otherness. The writer's visions reconfigured while traveling constituted two responses to crisis of Europe, identified with community of values such as humanism, tolerance, and individual freedom. Whereas they have been already analyzed separately in the scholarship, the comparative study, I believe, opens a new interpretative path which can allow to pose a question about some possible differences and common features of these two visions. So when regarded together, could these visions reveal an imagined trajectory of Europe rooted in the Asian past and heading for the Latin American future? The writer's journeys were geopoetic forms of relief from the burden of confining geopolitical map shaped by both global conflicts. In the 1930s, faced with totally transformed Europe, because enclosed within numerous borders, Zweig remarked in the diary that each conversation would lead to the question, where to? He claimed, I quote, all lands are equally impossible. Europe is only again inhabitable when it is one, gives space and movement, end of a quote. In the interwar period, such Europe was a mere echo of the past. In 1935, Zweig noted that his marvelous European world was divided and bolted and barred with borders for the free-born man. Has ever this absurdity been bigger, this absurdity more absurd? He responded negatively and realized that it would be possible to get used to everything except for this absurdity, the anti-reason, as he said, which in the end, of course, propelled his further traveling. Similarly, Maroj, in the late 1930s, with the rise of the nationalistic tensions in Europe, noted that European spirit, European idea in which he was born and which gave to Europe the only pretext and sense of its existence, disappeared. And what remained was a mere continent devoid of belief in its own mission, vocation, and role, form of life, which convert existence into a committing, purposeful, and conscious life. During and after the Second World War, the general tone of life in Europe changed. For Maroj, the shift imposed more responsibility and restrained previously free exchange of ideas and carefree creative life by a program, as he said. And in the context of the Cold War, this program, due to its clearly ideological underpinnings, acquired even more confining contours and consequently converted the writer's short travels into a lifelong odyssey. And notwithstanding all historical political changes which deprived Europe of its unifying idea, Maroj continued his life journey also towards other continents, still in hope to find his personal Europe. Disillusions with the post-war political order, which negatively affected the spiritual atmosphere to the detriment of freedom of speech and pluralism of thought, Zweig and Maroj decided to abandon Europe. Deeply disappointed by the demise of the European cultural community founded on humanism, both writers embarked on the exilic odyssey, which to great extent they perceived in terms of a search for their imagined personal Europes. Zweig, having spent some time in England, in the end left Europe during the Second World War. After a short stay in New York, he settled in Brazil. Maroj went to exile shortly after the communist takeover in Hungary. Firstly, he spent some time in Switzerland, then also in Italy. However, in the end, he also decided to abandon Europe and to head for the United States of America. Disillusioned with the Western countries' responses to the historical challenges posed by the war and its aftermath, in the 1926, in the act, as he said, in the act of rebellion, this young, indignant, as he also described himself, Hungarian journalist Márai decided to leave Europe and to travel to the Near East, which seemed to him, as he said, to have some sort of bearing on Europe. He was attracted by another civilization in hopes of finding some meaningful solution that could possibly reinvigorate the post-war ruined Europe, marked with a traumatic past. Near East, as a spiritual cradle of Europe, allured Márai with some promise of response to the present problems of the old continent, immersed in the disenchanting cult of ideas and isms such as Bolshevism, capitalism. This promise was hidden in the Asian mystical roots and the past. Therefore, the young Hungarian journalist considered his journey in terms of some, as he said, excavation works in search of traces of footsteps of people who disappeared and tropes of gods who are no more. Márai, as he defined himself, indignant contemporary witness of the past mad decade, while departing from Europe where he felt deceived and robbed, had a momentary sensation of returning to Asia and to oneself. He still did not bid farewell to Europe, with which he will tear his bonds later after the next war. With this temporary distance in the interwar period, he expected to redefine himself as European, yielding to, as he said, this great Eastern dream about homeland once abandoned. In this respect, as Hungarian literary scholar Németh Ákos remarked, the myth of the Orient has a further meaning for the disillusioned Hungarian traveler, referring to the eastern origin of his nation. Traveling to the east appears in Márai's travelogue as a chance of return to the roots after the failed trial of Western modernization. End of the quote. Disappointed with the Western linear philosophy of history, which with time would transform values of enlightenment into anti-values, rationality in the madness of global conflagrations, and individuality into herd instinct, Márai tried to leap over the recent modern epic in order to reach in another civilization its remote past. There, he hoped to find roots of the present moment and the cradle of European culture, thus origins of Hungarian community, as well as his own as a Hungarian and European writer. Márai's journey in the eastward direction, interpreted as the return to roots, was motivated by the disillusionment with the disenchanted modern European world, and thus at the same time could express his attempt to find in the expected authentic Orient an incentive to renew ruined and spiritually void post-war Europe. Contrary to Márai's search for roots on his way eastwards, Zweig's visit to Latin America acquired an utopian prospective dimension. He visited Brazil 3 times, firstly on occasion of his participation in the Congress of Pen Club in Buenos Aires in 1936, when he also traveled then to Rio de Janeiro, Petropolis, Sao Paulo, and Santos. The journey to the terra incognita, as he said, even though at first accompanied by stereotypical images which stemmed from ignorance and scarce knowledge of this region, soon unveiled to Zweig an important perspective of future, which according to the writer would hopefully mark other continents as well. He defined Brazil as a place destined to become one of the most important factors in the future development of our world. The country's significant role made, as he said, this European arrogance disperse quickly in the possibility to have a look at the future of our world. The first short stay of only 10 days in Brazil gave him a foretaste of the country's cultural and social landscape, but the impressions were so intensive and positive that henceforth he was seduced to come back, as he said, to experience once again and more intensely that sensation of living among what is nascent, what is to come, the future, and to enjoy more consciously the security of peace, the pleasant, hospitable atmosphere. During his next visit to Brazil in 1940, Zweig conducted a further research on the country with the aim to write a book. He was guided by a question, How can a peaceful coexistence of men be achieved in our world, despite the most decisive differences of race, class, color, religion, and beliefs? The writer was convinced that to this question, posed by each generation in every country, Brazil managed to offer the best exemplary response, notwithstanding its highly diversified ethnic structure, which made this challenge even more difficult. The Brazilian response to the question about a possible harmonious coexistence underpinned by difference became exemplary in Zweig's view due to the reformulation of the concept of nation. Whereas in Europe, nation became an exceptive category triggering conflicts, divisions, intolerance, and persecutions, in Brazil, the same concept of nation acquired an inclusive, non-discriminatory dimension. Zweig praised the Brazilian model of hybrid identity that includes rather than exclude foreigners because it was an opposite model to the one defining Nazi Germany. The experiment of construction of the new Brazilian nation was founded on the intermixing of different races in a peaceful coexistence. Zweig was amazed by this solution based on the ignorance of the importance of race and, as he said, the Brazilians' innate tolerance. He was thus astonished by Brazilian society shaped in the course of, as he said, complete, thorough intermixing, accompanied by, as he also wrote, the absolute lack of prejudice between races. And it seemed to him a reverse side of Europe in the interwar period and during the Second World War. In Brazil, where according to Zweig, the politics was not put to the foreground as an overwhelming force defining each individual life, in the atmosphere divide of militarism, imperialism, and odiousness, omnipresent in Europe, he experienced a certain, as he said, relief and appeasement from the tense and fanaticized life on the old continent. As the writer remarked, I quote, "One breathes involuntarily relieved at having escaped from the air vitiated by the hatred of races and classes in this quieter and more human atmosphere." End of quote. Consequently, Zweig viewed in Brazilian society a hope for a new future, a certain remedy to the European world torn by the wars. And now I will just approach concluding remarks to summarize. For both Zweig and Maroy, the heart of European culture was beating in Vienna and Austria, which, as the Austrian writer believed, underpinned with European convictions, remained devoted to the historical mission, namely to creation and defense of culture, confronted in the 20th century with a new embodiment of barbarianism, Nazi Germany. Zweig and Maroy identified themselves with Europe, understood as a community of humanist values and space not divided by borders. This image of the old continent, however, did not correspond with the post-war atmosphere marked by increasing national tensions, border and conflicts, and passport controls. Having experienced homelessness, stemming not only from a direct impact of the war, but also from a deeper culture's crisis, Maroy and Zweig come close to other Central European intellectuals such as Czesław Miłosz, Andrzej Bobkowski, Józef Witlin, who experienced the crisis of sense of belonging to the European home. Disillusioned with the new post-war suicidal Europe, as Zweig said, devoid of its spiritual depth, they decided to search for its traces while traveling, thus by acquiring distance towards the present moment and exploring other continents reminding of Europe's past or presaging its future. They became explorers, as Maroy defined his situation, somewhere between the two worlds, between the meridians indicating a world accessible to senses and the one which is unavailable to them. So between the experienced painful present moment and desirable recalled past or imagined future. They found both utopian image of future European unity and its roots in the remote past in two different and very distant from each other places. Therefore, their concept of reinvigorated Europe acquired both utopian and retrospective dimensions inspired by two journeys undertaken in opposite directions, westwards towards Brazilian land of future of Zweig and eastwards towards Near East, regarded by Maroy as a spiritual cradle of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. You showed us two examples for a very new and innovative approach to overcoming Europe that has failed to fulfill its mission, and so looking for places for the future of peace and diversity. I find that very interesting to see Brazil in that fashion, and not the United States that would be the first aim for so many immigrants. And obviously one thinks at once the tragic of Stefan Zweig, who then has to realize that even Brazil will not fulfill that dream of peaceful living together, or at least not for him. Thank you very much. That was a very touching and interesting talk, and we will get more into it in the discussion, and I will give the floor to Matthew. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christiane. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, great. Now, one of the main reasons that prompted me some time ago to think about this paper was actually the debate ongoing in the United Kingdom about the nature of European history. What is European history? And some famous historians, I'm thinking of David Abulafia, denied that there ever was such a thing as European history. Now, of course, I do not agree with that perspective, but I do think that it raises an important historiographical question that needs to be properly addressed. Now, one way of doing that, one among many, is by considering the ways in which European history has been understood in relation to one of the dominant narratives of European identity, that between the idea that Europe is the place of freedom, and that's how it's contrasted with the history of other civilizations. I will do so very briefly in this paper by looking at the works of two important Italian intellectuals of the 20th century, Benedetto Croce and Federico Chabot. Now, in the 1930s, reflecting on the famous Storia d'Europa del secolo XIX, Antonio Gramsci noted in his prison notebooks, and I quote, that Croce's history offers boneless characters without a skeleton, with falling and flatulent flesh under the embellishments of the writer's literary rhetoric, which of course is not a very nice thing to say. Now, in more than one way, this was of course a severe judgment, and of course one that was based on intellectual concerns as much as it was on political concerns. Indeed, Gramsci reproached Croce for having emphasized the moment of cultural or ethical political expansion over that of struggle, which basically means of conservation over progress. That is, Storia d'Italia began in 1871, and the Storia d'Europa started with the Restoration, therefore excluding the Risorgimento uprising and the French Revolution, was a choice that expressed a clear historiographical verdict as well as an explicitly ideological stand, which Gramsci, as any other Marxist, could not, of course, appreciate. But Gramsci then went on and took his reasoning a step forward, even going as far as to argue that the 19th century liberalism extolled by Croce had many aspects in common with fascism, which of course is a juxtaposition that appears rather paradoxical, especially if we consider the context in which Croce was writing, and the fact that, as you will recognize later on, his was a manifesto against totalitarianism. Now, even more relevant, at least here, is another aspect of Gramsci's remark, namely the shapeless nature, or the alleged shapeless nature, of the history of Europe, a history, in fact, without a skeleton. Now, interestingly, a critique in some way similar was made years later by the other protagonist of this paper, Federico Chabot. According to the latter, the Storia d'Europa was, among Croce's works, and I quote, the one that is less rich in concrete things, end quote. So what is this Europe that Croce is writing about, and how did it relate to his idea of freedom. And of course, here we're dealing with two notions, the idea of Europe and the idea of freedom, that in many respects are very protean, so difficult to grasp. Now, one way of answering that question is by considering the purposes of Croce's book. Now, the aim of Croce's book was twofold. On the one hand, he wanted to denounce what he saw as 18th century abstract cosmopolitanism. And on the other hand, emphasize that the struggle for individual rights had been waged, especially in the 19th century, through the nation and within the nation. So the latter, from Croce's standpoint, was not only a place where such rights had been safeguarded, but also where they could find their legitimacy. Now, the nation was indeed very prominent in Croce's book on 19th century European history, and this might indeed give the impression, as Gramsci and Chabot both remarked, that Europe as an historical actor was absent in that book. Now, of course, writing in the 1930s in the face of rampant nationalism, it would have been extremely difficult to write of a single coherent history of Europe. However, looking carefully at Croce's book, it might be argued that Gramsci and Chabot's remarks were only partly misleading. I think that the Storia d'Europa can be properly grasped by considering three different facets of Croce's historiography. Now, the first is the notion of historical judgment, il giudizio storico, which is an intellectual process, according to Croce, that separates history from chronachismo, from the chronicle. History as a problem from the story as a narration. Now, through that intellectual process, a person critically engages with the past, and by doing so, he or she liberates himself or herself from received truths and prejudice. And so here we find, of course, the idea of freedom. Now, furthermore, according to Croce, historical judgment made it possible to fully grasp what he called the concrete universal that exists in each and every event. If you want, the moral teaching of history. This is what history, the knowledge of the past, does. The main aim for Croce is it teaches us what is right and what is wrong. Now, the second element of Croce's historiography relates to the difference between the actions of the individual as such, which are contingent, and the historical event, the value of which, on the contrary, is permanent. Now, for Croce, only the knowledge of what is just and what is wrong, a knowledge that we attain through historical judgment, allows individuals the possibility of making the right choice. And there lies the freedom of the individual. So you can see how the relationship between historical thought and action and freedom all come together in Croce's historiography. Now, the third and final element of such an understanding of the past and the study of history and of politics is the importance of the perennial clash between decadence and progress. Now, the first for Croce was the rejection of action and a loss of awareness. The second, progress, as its opposite, is the perpetual process of liberation. Now, the very concept of decadence, which became central to Croce's views about history in the years of fascism, implied a passive relationship towards the social and political world. And in this sense, it was the end of the link between historical thought, in particular, and political action. So people, in a nutshell, stopped critically analyzing the past of the Italian nation and the Italian fascism and accepted that narrative very, very passively. And that was at the root of the end of their freedom and of the decadence embodied by fascism. History in this case simply became the sum of the actions of individuals. Now, precisely in the 1920s and 1930s, the annihilation of the connection between thought and action, which anyway is typical of any form of totalitarianism or authoritarianism, led to the manifestation of Italian and European decadence embodied by the fascist phenomenon itself. Fascism was, for Croce, in fact, the passion of the doing for the sake of doing, of destroying for the sake of destroying, innovating for the sake of innovating, almost thoughtlessly, we might say. Importantly, at the root of fascism was the identification of the nation as an historical entity with the eternal category of freedom. And this is a crucial passage of Croatian philosophy. If in the 19th century the nation had been a way of connecting the individual to humanity, according to Croce, and for this it had to be praised, by the early 20th century the nation had outlived its historical role, that of guaranteeing individual rights against 18th century's abstract cosmopolitanism. Now, the problem was that a misleading and deleterious, and I quote, sensualist nationalism had taken hold of historical thought itself. Historians were entrapped, in some way we still are, within the boundaries of the nation. And nationalism thus turned into a true doctrine of decadence, which, and I quote, offers no point of support to that criticism that leads to progress, and thus to freedom. The nation had simply become the undisputed fact of nature that severely hindered historical judgment. Now, the reification of the nation was closely linked to Croce by the loss of the feeling of historicity. That is to say, the impossibility of critically analyzing the past, and which, crucially for Croce, was, at least he believed, a constitutive element of European civilization. It was a distinctive trait that separated Europe from other civilizations. In a sense, he actually says, only we Europeans can critically analyze the past, and if we can do that, we can be free, we know what is right for wrong, and so forth. So European civilization was the only civilization capable of looking with from a detached perspective, the past. As he added, only in this part of the globe, moral action was born through the continuous questioning of the past, which, of course, allowed the historian to tell apart right from wrong. For Croce, this process, which was at once intellectual, moral, and political, had manifested itself in the fullest when the nation had become the spring of the struggle for freedom in the 19th century. And of course, Croce is thinking about the Italian Risorgimento. In the 19th century, in Croce's own words, man no longer crushed by history became the true, indefatigable author of his own destiny. History no longer seemed to have been abandoned to blind forces. The nation itself, against the abstract cosmopolitanism of the previous century, intended to promote humanity in its concrete form, that of single men as well as human groups with common origins and memories, customs, and attitude. Right, Croce. Thus understood, Croce's nation was clearly an historical concept and not an unchanging fact of nature. Now, if in the 19th century freedom had taken the form of the nation, by the 20th century, by the early 20th century, this had already become somehow sclerotic. And from the spring of progress, it had turned into a force of immobility, claiming to be the eternal subject of history itself. In this sense, the crisis of liberalism of the 1920s and 30s was also the crisis of European historicity, of historical judgment as such. And in fact, Croce equates Europe and what he calls the religion of historicism, and anti-Europe with anti-historicism. Now, within such a scheme, however, the nation itself would remain a fundamental part of individual life. And again, Croce says, French and Germans and Italians and all the other nations will one day rise to become European when they reacquire, when they regain this feeling of historicity. Their thoughts will turn to Europe and their hearts will beat for her as they did before for their smaller homelands, not forgotten but loved in a better way. So for Croce, the history of Europe was almost a process in the making, and yet to be embodied in a single collective actor. So in this respect, Gramsci was right. There's no such thing as a European actor in Croce's book. However, the contours, the boundaries of Europe itself were already outlined by Croce, somehow decided by that feeling of historicity, that very special relationship with the past and the understanding of the past. The religion of the nation would one day be replaced by that of Europe, for Croce. Both forms of a faith in freedom. Crocian philosophy is entirely a religion of freedom. But this is a rather strange faith that required that the object of its worship constantly change, first the nation, then Europe, and then finally humanity. Let me now pass on to Federico Chabot. I'll be a little bit briefer with Chabot. And in particular, I'd like to say something about his famous History of the Idea of Europe, a series of lectures he held in Milan between 1943 and 1944, in Nazi and fascist-occupied Milan at the time. And this, just like Croce's book, is also a political manifesto. It needs to be understood through those, keeping that in mind. Now, in his lectures, after briefly considering antiquity and the Middle Ages, Chabot dwelled at some length on the works of Machiavelli, finding in his Discorsi and in his Arte della Guerra one of the first definitions of the idea of Europe as such, since it was detached from the notion of Christianitas. So it's a modern, let's say, idea of Europe. For the Florentine scholar, Europe was a place of multitude and conflict, a place where divisions and struggles on the one hand and freedom on the other were complementary. I think this is an interesting aspect of any understanding of freedom. It goes actually hand in hand with the idea of violence. There's a complex relationship there. They're not merely one the opposite of the other. Now, this view, to an extent, was accepted by Chabot. In fact, while divided and even torn by internists and struggle, Europe was nevertheless, for Chabot, and I quote, an individuality based on its own characteristic way of political organization, end quote. Now, his Europe, which stemmed from the ruins of the universalistic ideologies of the church and the empire, was the place of never-ending conflicts, but also a place of freedom. Now, to avoid freedom turning into its opposite, that is anarchy and chaos, Europe had organized itself politically. And this had led to that complex system known as the balance of powers. And yet the latter was the first distinctive feature of Chabot's Europe. The product of complex mediation, the balance of power was, however, by its very nature, always on the brink of its end. It's a very fragile way of organizing power. But it was this fragility, in turn, that ensured, after all, the independence of the polities that made up Europe. And of course, one immediately thinks of today's current EU in many ways. Now, bringing together different polities, the balance had safeguarded that freedom, but has also shaped, according to Chabot, a real common European civilization based on the respect of the freedom embodied by that system, so much so that in the Storia dell'Idea d'Europa, this becomes a symbol of the commonality of interests and tradition built around freedom itself. This, in turn, in Chabot's own words, made it possible to speak of a European civilization and to contrast Europe to other parts of the world, end quote. Europe could tell itself apart from other civilizations, not only because of its love of freedom, but also thanks to what ensued from that love for freedom. Namely, a tradition made of tolerance, respect for women, sociability, and not last, the idea of progress, all of which were seen by Chabot as core values of European civilization. Now, it's clear that this is a very, very Eurocentric view, and it's a view that blatantly contrasts what is going on outside the rooms of that university. Europe is torn apart, and yet he does insist on this. There's even a very strong, let's say, ideological element, which we can understand in a certain sense. All this was the product, anyway, of centuries in which diversity had been protected and safeguarded with a unity that was formed as Europe, thanks to the system of the balance of powers. So the balance of powers works as a sort of cocoon within which those values tolerance and respect for minorities, freedom of speech, all the liberal values actually take shape. And this leads, all of this process, this complex process leads to the Age of Enlightenment, which is the most important part of Federico Chabot's course. Most of it, almost all of the course, is actually on the Age of Enlightenment. This was the true moment when Europe, for Chabot, in all its majesty, could really be observed. And when, it might be said, the contrast with other civilizations becomes clearer. Moreover, this is when Europe becomes the place of modernity and progress. For Chabot, Europe and modernity are almost synonyms. And of course, we know how complex that other notion, the notion of modernity, is. Now, to make his point, he used in particular Montesquieu and to a smaller extent even Voltaire. He focuses anyway on Montesquieu and on his dichotomy between Europe as the land of freedom and progress and Asia as the land of despotism and immobility, which is, of course, the key core element of Orientalism, so much criticized later on by Edward Said. Now, less obvious, however, is the dichotomy between the ancient people of Europe, the pre-enlightened Europeans, and the modern post-enlightened Europeans. And that dichotomy emerges in the famous clash between les anciens et les modernes at the beginning, at the onset of the Age of Enlightenment. And that's a moment when the relationship between the people of Europe and their pasts changes radically, and even the ways in which we Europeans understand and criticize and engage critically with the past changes radically at that historical juncture. In a way, it might be said that the victory of the moderne over des anciens was another key characteristic of European civilization, something that for Chabot has happened in Europe and nowhere else, and that's why Europe is something different. And as Chabot had it, science, progress, this is Europe and only Europe. Now, importantly, the Storia dell'idea d'Europa was part of a broader course that also included a study of the idea of nation. Now, the two concepts were inseparable for Chabot, Europe and nation. So one is not merely the opposite of the other. It's much more complex. From a historiographical perspective, he believed that the two notions coincided with the birth of modernity between the 18th century and the early 19th century. Somehow reminiscent of Croce's teaching, Chabot too assumed that freedom could never belong to an abstract individual, but only to an individual as member of a nation. And of course, this is debatable because they're using the word of nation, and it's surprising that they don't use the notion of state or nation states, and that raises other issues. The nation, anyway, for Chabot, is the real historical agency of the balance of powers. A community based on a sense of singularity of each people, respectful of its own traditions, and the jealous guardian of national peculiarities and character, end quote. For Chabot, as for Croce, the nation was the answer to abstract 18th century cosmopolitanism. But like his predecessor, Chabot too was aware of the dangers that the idea of nation carried within. So, contrasting an ethnographic to a voluntaristic conception of the nation, he emphasized how only the latter could safeguard the freedom of people and individuals, and therefore he stated that it alone was compatible with the European ideal. Now, here Chabot was clearly sharing the views expressed by Ernst Renan in his famous 1882 lecture, in which the nation was the outcome of the famous daily plebiscite, but also the outcome of the sharing of a common past, which is often an element neglected even of Renan's lecture. From this angle, the limit that contained freedom, that gave a real and concrete shape to freedom, opposing the abstractness of pure will, was memory, was tradition, and a specific way of viewing history that went with it. Now, if we were to look then for a well-defined Europe in Croce and Chabot's histories, the actor of a clear and uninterrupted narrative, we would indeed be disappointed. There's no such thing there. Now, at the center of their writings, in fact, was a continuously developing reality, a process that was made to coincide with Europe itself. Europe is a process rather than an historical actor. And from this angle, it might be said that the impossible realization of that European man so beautifully captured in Paul Valéry's famous writing of 1919, La crise de l'esprit, the impossible realization of the European man is somehow mirrored in Croce and Chabot's belief that freedom one day indeed will be attained in Europe, but then only to go further elsewhere and would become the linchpin of a new history, possibly a truly global history. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You presented us two examples, very extremely interesting. I think in both we see kind of a mix of Hegel and Vico, no? Verum et factum convertuntur, cioè io posso riconoscere ciò che I can understand what I do. So if we realize freedom, we can also recognize it in history as a progress, and even if a conflictual progress. And I think this is extremely interesting. So the floor is yours, and we have, I think, a good 20 minutes, if it's okay for you for the discussion. I think
as long as the questions are easy.
Yes, yes. and so please. And I would say we do it we did yesterday, so we just collect questions or comments, and then in the order we had the talks, we will answer.
Thank you. I have 2 points for Matthew. I really appreciate your conference. My 2 points are about Gramsci. The first one is only a curiosity. As you probably know, Gramsci wrote what he wrote about the history of Europe, but it is sure that he never read the full text, because the prison didn't allow it to receive the text. He have read some parts that was anticipated on the journal. The second point is about the relation between Croce and fascism, and in my opinion, for Gramsci, Croce was worse than fascism. He want to be the anti-Croce, not the anti-Mussolini. Trying to explain myself. Fascism was the opposite political position of Gramsci, obviously, but it was a revolution, a passive revolution, an attempt to give an answer to the crisis of the Europe. While Croce was, for Gramsci, the last man of the Renaissance. His attempt was to preserve the 19th century order in his work. And I think that is Gramsci was obliged to choice. He would prefer fascism than 19th century liberalism. I don't know what if you agree, or what's your opinion.
Thank you very much for your beautiful papers. I want to address Matthew. Yeah, naturally. And so, if I really have to think about your really beautiful paper that I really admired a lot, do you think that, so in both visions, there is a kind of black spot, that's to say, let's begin with Chabot. So his idea of Europe, which is in a way, in both, no? Europe is seen as plurality, internal plurality, but also harmony. The harmony in Chabot, the harmony of balance of power between great and small powers, for example. So the difference and unity at the same time. And then there is the problem of nations. Okay, good, fine, yeah, the plurality, but the problem of nationalism. And then here comes, I think, the big problem of Chabot and the big problem of Croce. And I think one thing is, Chabot, how, this is my hypothesis, but I think, how does he solve it with this distinction between this kind of French civic nation and German kind of ethnic or Kulturnation, the cultural nation, which is a bit artificial, we know. It's a kind of a way of coping with this paradox. Now, how do you distinguish what is constructive and what is destructive? And he had to cope. Liberalism has to cope with this. Now, how do you? And the same with Croce. How do you explain fascism as a parenthesis? Also a kind of narrative constructed in order to, this is my idea, no? In order to cope with a problem, with a black spot in their thinking. This is, thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation to all of you. I have two questions. One for Christina. To be honest, never heard about Madariaga, but really an interesting personality. And I would like to know more about his period spent in Oxford during 1938, did you say? 1938, 1941. If it was any kind of relation with professors of philosophy or literary men there in Oxford, literary professors. And the other question is for Matthew. And I was thinking about the idea of analyzing the past to be free. The idea of analyzing the past to be free. Did Croce mean past or history? Is there any kind of difference? Because in my opinion, there is a huge difference between these two notions, and I would like to know in which way did Croce use this term? And if is there any kind of relation with Nietzsche's ewige Wiederkunft, so eternal recurrence, about this meaning of past and freedom? Any kind of connection, or maybe, I don't know. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Matthew, for your stunning presentation. Really appreciate it. I wanted to ask you, a couple of weeks ago with Christiane, we were at Villa Vigoni discussing about the war with a group of MPs from all over the European member states. We had like MPs from the Baltic states, from Poland, from Portugal. And at one point, of course, the Baltic MPs starting to argue that, the MPs from Italy and Germany, and they had to, in a way, try to convince our society, our people, that the war is right. We have to engage in this war as Europe. And an Italian MPs asked to the Baltic MPs, how do you do that? How do you explain to your people, to your young people, that this war is fair? And they answered that what they are doing is they say that the people, they had to fight for the idea of freedom in Europe. And I was wondering, according to you, how would have Chabot have answered to this question, and how would have Croce, according to you, answered to this question? I know it's difficult, but listening to your presentation, I was wondering, in this case, say that we have to, we are trying to say that they have to, we have to defend our tradition of freedom in Europe. This is why we had to engage in this war. And to me, it was I struggling to grasp the meaning of this answer. To me, it was very confusing. But maybe if you can tell us how, in your view, would have Croce and Chabot maybe reacted to this difficult question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have one question to Christina that combines with, or later goes to Paola. The role of Madariaga. I start with Christina. The role of Madariaga as a mediator between the political sectors during Francoism. This is an undisputed thing. As you know, during the 1950s, Madariaga became particularly famous because of his radio speeches, where he criticized Franco, realismo marche su usted. This is very commonly known. So I defended in a small paper the idea, and this would be the connection to Paola, if Madariaga in that sense became like a sort of Thomas Mann for the Spanish people, because Thomas Mann did practically or somehow the same thing during the 1940s. So this would be, let's say, the pro-liberal side of the both of these thinkers. My question goes to the fact that we have a black spot regarding Madariaga and Valéry as well concerning the 1930s. So you didn't mention the political primary writing of Madariaga, which is called Anarchia or Jerarchia. So there he is, he criticized liberalism very directly and self-declared himself as a organicistic liberal. So I would like to know what you think of that political writing of Madariaga. And concerning Valéry, it's the same situation. In 1934, Valéry is welcoming the possibility of an interim dictatorship in order to save Europe and European culture. So how do you bring these two parts together? Thank you.
I have one of those hypothetical questions too, like Matteo did before. The question goes to Christina. I found it very interesting, Madariaga's recall for a bottom-up Europe. It's very interesting because Europe, with its very economic and quite technical way of dealing with Europe and European politics, talking about European institutions, is nowadays perceived as very top-down rather than bottom-up. So the hypothetical question would be, can we draw any solutions and conclusions from his works for a European reform, European institutions, or would that be too far from his works? That would be very interesting because obviously the whole reform debate in Europe is taking place, considering Hungary, considering some other places, some other countries are definitely not contempt and are criticizing basically this Brussels top-down approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, a wonderful panel. To Christina and Alexandra, so just to reflect, I really want to combine your two talks because one is sort of, I found the solution within and then a solution without. So basically escaping to the Orient, escaping to South America, to Brazil, but then staying in Europe and trying to reform it within in terms of, the physical presence of the intellectual in the place. So I want you to reflect on that because I see one is very pessimistic, but maybe optimistic. The other one optimistic, but eventually pessimistic. So that's something that I found very, very interesting in the two talks. So please reflect on that. Thank you.
I would suggest one last question, so to give them enough time to answer. Is that okay? And then we have the break and we can continue to discuss.
Thank you all for your presentations. I have some comments or questions for Paola, Christina, and Alexandra. Sorry. I don't know if you're familiar, first for Paola, I don't know if you're familiar with the French writer Charles Péguy, because his essay on money maybe could be with its content related to this topic also, because he had some comments and criticisms of reform of French educational system at the end of the 19th century from the position of criticizing criticizing modernity, like, for Christina, I don't know a lot about Madariaga, but I know about his involvement in writing down the Oxford Manifesto, one of the main documents of political liberalism after the Second World War. So I'm interested, how do you comment about these principles of political liberalism written down in Oxford Manifesto, and were they present in the political liberalism from that time to until today? And for Alexandra, I didn't know about Mari's work Near East. So I'm interested, where did he travel, in which countries and territories, and yeah, thanks.
Do we have time for other two very quick questions?
I should make a break here.
Okay.
I beg your pardon for my Teutonic ways to respect the timetable.
The two different,
yes,
the Italian and the...
Yes. Responsibility is yours, you gave me the chair. So.
Thank you for the questions. The questions on the dictatorship, and Valerie and the dictatorship is a very important... No, it's a very important one, I think, because Croce even is very critical about that. When he writes an article about the Regard sur le monde actuel that was published in 1931, he says precisely that it's a book that Valéry could have not written precisely because he misinterpreted, I think, the wordings about dictatorship. And in my opinion, we have to read this wording by Valéry on the dictatorship as a way to criticize the stasis of liberal democracies. And he was not, of course, for an authoritarian solution. On the contrary, he was saying that democracies were not able to respond to address the problems of Europe and contemporary Europe in a good way. And I think this is the same thing. He was, as I told, he was very critical towards liberal democracy precisely for these aspects. And for Péguy, I think it's very helpful to remember Charles Péguy in this debate, because he was an author very different from the authors I talk about, but he was Catholic, for example, but at the same time he was evoking an idea that is la mystique, c'est-à-dire political mysticism, I would translate, which is the idea of prevailing the ideal on the real. And the government of the polis should be led by the ideal. And this is a common point with the authors I discussed today. So thank you.
I was taking notes, so just to respond to everybody. I will try to follow the order, but I think I will leave Carl Antonius and the question on the bottom up at the end, because they are interrelated. So first to Alessandro, thank you so much for your question. That was a very rich period and a very rich experience. And it all started in 1928. They were with the creation of the Alfonso XIII chair in Spanish literature. It was the first time it existed. He was appointed there, and he didn't feel it. So he was very critical of the Oxford experience, and he loved writing, but not that much teaching about writing. He was a poet, he was a novelist, he was a playwright, and from that point of view, he was in touch, for instance, with Bernard Shaw. As historians, he was in touch with Arnold Toynbee, St. John Perers, and he was there in different periods. And as you asked also afterwards, he was the leader of the Oxford Liberal Manifesto in 1947. So he was leading the whole movement in Wadham College, even if he was associated to Exeter College when he was there. But so he was very active also after the Second World War. In that moment of 1947, that was very clear, and he was very prominent at that time. So during the Second World War, he was exchanging a lot of letters with Churchill. So there was always this multiple dimension. He was a literary man, but he was also a politician, he was a diplomat, and he was known in the diplomatic career because he was previously, during the time of the Spanish Second Republic, the ambassador in Washington, D.C., the ambassador in Paris, so he had also these diplomatic contacts, and he was mixing Churchill, and then later on he came back to Oxford in the 60s, and actually after the end of during the Spanish Civil War, he escaped to the UK, he went to London, and he also developed a journalistic career. So he was not that happy teaching about literature, he loved writing, and he was writing a lot of articles that can be found in the archives for the Times and for the Manchester Guardian. So he also had this very active journalistic career. So he was known for all these facets, and then he was named Doctor Honoris Causa in 1966. He went back in the 60s, and in that period, 50s, 60s, and so on, he was writing a lot with other political leaders in other countries, like Adenauer or Willy Brandt. So he had all these transnational connections that he managed to mix with literary, artistic, intellectual connections. So I don't know how he managed all the different networks and all the different dimensions of his life. And actually a fun thing you find in the historical archives, there are a lot of mothers writing letters to him because they present their daughters as the perfect secretary so he can cope with his life, his multinational, multilingual life, because he was writing in English and French and German and Spanish, and there's also a bit of Italian. You find that reflected in the archives. And I think that he always kept these relations transnational, so he used the rich cosmopolitan atmosphere of Oxford to try to use that as a multiplying effect. But all his relations were transnational, and I think those would be the main contacts in these different periods in Oxford. But I'm happy to share more information and to give you the exact networks also within the sectors, the journalistic, the diplomatic, the political activism in exile, and also the literary connections, more than philosophers, I would say, because he was a professor of Spanish literature, so he was very much centered in that department and at the same time trying to keep this other diplomatic connection. So that would be in a nutshell, but we can talk more and also about the ways he criticized Oxford. And I think that somehow that connects with the bottom-up question as well, because I just show a very brief quotation about his criticism of aristocracy, and how is something that could not exist at this time and age. It's unthinkable that we have this kind of elite. And even if he was always in touch with intellectuals in exile, and that could be considered kind of elite, he was very critical of that. And I think it connects with something that Paola said as well, that he was focused on the idea of daily life. We build Europe daily. And this is not done by elite, this is not done by aristocracy, this is done by the bottom up, the citizens. And he already had this very early idea of grassroots. So I'm coming back to that. But before that, there's something else I wanted to mention. So, yeah. Okay, so Yeah, and you also asked me when you raised your question about the bottom up, about a solution, no? the possible projections that it can have in the present. And I think he was an early promoter of this idea of the bottom-up, and the top-down would create this cleavage that we have been seeing for decades and we are seeing now between institutions and citizens, and also who is included in the community, the capacity to belong. You see that with different forms of second-class citizenship and all the questions raised by residents or not residents or refugees, and the degrees of exclusion of who is European and who's a member of the community. So I think he had this realization, and this is something he shares many times in his letters, that this cleavage will destroy the institutions themselves, and that could be a risk for the project. So he also saw the ticking bomb way ahead, and he was also sharing many cautionary tales in that direction. So I think that was the main point of criticism, this future cleavage that we are already seeing deeply, creating a destructive gap between institutions and citizens. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry. I can talk more about with you about the Oxford Manifesto, and yeah, I had taken some notes for you about organic liberalism.
Thank you. So Alexandra can answer to the questions to her.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Just shortly, the question about this difference to find some solution to the crisis of Europe, whether outside or within, my answer to this question would be that the writers that I analyzed, they were in fact they were self-centered, of course, so they were not writing any political manifesto, they were not suggesting explicitly any project of reform of Europe, but they were more centered on themselves, and they were trying to somehow redefine themselves as Europeans, and so they were trying to find some answers to the crisis of Europe outside, and that's why maybe because they were so self-centered, and in fact it was not possible for them to go back to the homelands, as the atmosphere, I mean the lack of individual freedom, so they had to live in exile, and because they were so centered on themselves, I would say that yes, that's why they had to remain outside of Europe and redefine somehow themselves. And regarding Maro's travel to Near East, he was traveling for 3 months, and he visited Israel, Haifa, Jaffa, Syria, Damascus, Lebanon, Beirut, and Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria. So he was traveling there for 3 months. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for
many questions.
Yeah, and very difficult, honestly. Yeah. So thank you. All very interesting questions. The first, yeah, that is an interesting comment. Of course, Gramsci never read the entire thing, as you said. You know, he received extracts of the book. The book by itself was never, by the way, was never censored by the fascists. Because Mussolini was afraid that censoring Benedetto Croce, who was such an important figure abroad, would backfire. So he was always very careful. However, Croce himself was spied upon. People who actually bought the Storia d'Europa del secolo XIX were spied upon by the agents of the Ovra. So clearly was not, I mean, it was in theory freely circulating, but today would say è un libro attenzionato. There's a special attention of the authorities towards that book. Yes, I mean, he despised more Croce than Mussolini. Yes, because in a certain sense, Croce's Irenic view of the Risorgimento, Croce has a very, very positive view of the Risorgimento. Yes, it was led by elites, but they did a great thing. And and all that rhetoric about the positive role of the nation in the 19th century confirms it. Now, this extolling of the Risorgimento and of liberal Italy, so Italy between 1861, 1871, and then up to the fascist revolution, somehow strengthens the legitimacy, in Gramsci's view, of a regime that freezes the contradictions underlying Italian society. The social question and the questione meridionale first and foremost. So they kind of set it aside and they give that aura of normality to Italian history, which takes away the attention of the lower classes from the real issues. So in this respect, as you said, the fascist revolution is at least a revolution. It will fail for Gramsci, but that will finally explode the contradictions of Italian society. Now, of course, the irony of all of that is that he was killed by fascism and not by Croce, unfortunately. Patricia's, again, yes, interesting question, thanks very much. There are several black spots in the analysis of both authors. And of course, you know, their blatant Eurocentrism is clear. Of course, it needs to be contextualized. So, I mean, I feel as to somehow justify their their Eurocentrism in those specific historical circumstances. The question of the balance of powers is clearly one of them. Now, the interesting thing about Chabot specifically is that he sees that as force taming force, and he realizes the instability. But what is important that he gives that minimum of security that allows the creation of a common set of values. And I couldn't go into detail about this, but he analyzes in depth the shift, the passage from the balance of power, which is a political system, to the creation of the Ius Publicum Europeo, which is a legal system based on the acceptance of a set of rules that indicates, for Chabot, the existence of such a thing as a European civilization. So in this respect, his understanding of Europe is possibly even more concrete. There is something there. It's not just a process. It is a process, but there's even something more. The differences between the ethnic and the voluntaristic ideas. Now, that dichotomy, as you've mentioned, is misleading in many ways, of course. I mean, we're not here to discuss that. You know, what does it mean that a nation is the will of its citizens? What are the boundaries? Who are the people that decide that they do have a common will? Now, interestingly, if one reads carefully Qu'est-ce qu'une nation by Renan, you know, he's saying it's a question of will and the people need to want to be together and that's fine. But then he adds, but it's also the question of sharing a common past. And actually he says, and this is very interesting, said by a historian, we need to be willing to forget lots of things, and forgetting is even more important than remembering in creating a nation. So of course you need to have a common past, and that means a common set of you know, tradition, values, and so forth. So even his voluntaristic, allegedly voluntaristic understanding of the nation is not really voluntaristic, because there's a common past. And he actually says a past made of sacrifices. So, and I think that is key, because sacrifices implies the notion of a sacredness of something intangible, which is the nation. So I won't go into that, but yeah. So clearly there's a question that remains unsolved even in Federico Chabot, who's instead, and again, possibly because of the historical circumstances he found himself in, is almost a blind supporter of this idea of the voluntaristic nation. About the calata degli ipsos, I think that's possibly one of the most controversial mistakes that Croce made. I mean, you do have to offer an explanation. You cannot just say this is a parenthesis in Italian history. Italian history is naturally liberal, and you know, and again, the Risorgimento and all the rest of it. And there was a problem that he did not face, though he was a victim of fascism. Again, strongly criticized for that, and it never really offers a proper and satisfying explanation. So I perfectly agree with you. Past and history is another good question. He's actually talking about the analysis of the past, a critical analysis of the past, of what happened, leads to a better understanding. Leads to. I mean, his historiography is all based around his presentismo, History is a constant creation. We are constantly recreating history, though the past is somehow there. So that's the distinction. So when he says we must critically understand the past, it is the past we must critically understand, and that will lead us to a new history, if that makes sense. I hope it does. Nietzsche, I'm not really convinced that Nietzsche was that influential in, I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think he was that influential. I think, as Christiane mentioned, possibly Vico is concittadino might have, and his idea of well, even of the ricorsi, I mean, all of that, even his understanding of the past as, of history as an interpretation of the past, possibly is closer to Vico than Nietzsche's. And of course, then there's all the German idealism is even more relevant. Last question, which possibly is the trickiest one. I mean, I think that Closure and Chabot would say we have not yet attained that moment in which notions of Europe and freedom joined together can spur our action. As Closure said, you know, one day our hearts will beat for Europe as they once did for the nations. They would say we have not reached that level yet. But since there's no teleology in Croce and Chabot, maybe we will never reach that level. See, I think one of the questions is that, again, the idea of nation is so ingrained in us that we tend to forget it. It's what Michael Billig calls banal nationalism. It is part of our identity, and it's difficult to free ourselves from that identity, that specific aspect. And as for what the Baltic MPs stated, yeah, it's a valid point, but one wonders, what if the threat came from the south? What if directly threatened Italy and Spain, for example? What would the feelings of the Baltic people be in those circumstances? Again, I mean, I think we're still very, very far away from a real Europe or a Europe of solidarity, and I don't really think we will ever be. And luckily, we will never feel that feeling of national attachment to Europe, given all the hill and devastation that nationhood nationalism and the nation have brought onto us. I don't know. I mean, that's a very tentative answer, but it's a very good question.
Yes, thank you so much. I think there was a fine conclusion to this very vivid debate of this morning, the first session. Thank you so much. Thank you. I ask again your pardon for being so Teutonic, but the timetable is what it is, and so perhaps we can have a coffee break for a 10 minutes, and then meet again here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great answer. I like that the conclusion is perfect.
Thank you.
Mi ero dimenticato che potevi essere così cattiva.
L'hai fatto apposta,
Me ne ero dimenticato.
pronounce it Einaudi or no? How do you pronounce it? Einaudi. I always get it wrong. I remember Audi the car. Einaudi. Okay, Einaudi. And we'll start with Marcello, right? Or no? Yes. We start in 5 minutes, right? Or 2 minutes, okay. You're the boss, I'll be looking at you. Okay. Guys, it's around 15 minutes, right? So just, I'll may pass a note or just, just.
I will completely lose track of what I'm doing, so please pass me the note when it's 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you a 5-minute heads up. Cool. Got you. Let me find where to pass. I have post-its. Okay, so shall we get started? Down there? Okay, so let's get started. Well, my name is Georgios Giannakopoulos, and I'll be chairing this last session. And we made it to the end. So, so many of us are here, so it's testament to how successful this has been. And on my behalf, again, one more time, I'd really like to thank the organizers and the local organizers for making this happen. We'll talk about that also in the roundtable. So for now, I'm just going to introduce the title of our final panel and the speakers. The panel is titled Building a New Europe, the Difficult Rebirth of Liberal Europeanism in and after the Second World War. So it's about rebirths. And I will briefly introduce both speakers, and then Marcello will start. So our first speaker is Marcello Gisondi. Marcello is lecturing at the University of Lugano. He is a historian of ideas. He's worked and published on Antonio Banfi, and his recent book is on Piero Calamandrei and Roberto Bobbio, Un Ponte della Democrazia. I just want to say that in Italian, so I just hope that makes sense. 2021. And he's also working on the history of populism and its current manifestations. And our second speaker is Andrea Pinazzi. Andrea is currently a postdoc at Rome University Sapienza, and he has worked and published on Gentile, Einaudi, and other thinkers. And he's interested in the philosophy of law and politics and on Italian idealism and the history of Italian idealism. So on that note, off to you, Marcello, for 15 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you, Georgios, and please tell me when I'm going too far. Can you hear me? Is this working? Okay. So thank you, Matthew, Florian, Federico, and everybody for gathering us all together once again. I missed so many of these gatherings, and I thank you for doing it again. It's always a pleasure. As Georgios was saying, I'm a historian of ideas, and my two main fields of research are the Italian 20th century and the history of populism. These two fields rarely communicate between them, but for the presentation that I'm doing today, they did, because I'm talking about an episode of Italian politics at the beginning of the Republican era in 1945-46, which happens to be also maybe the first populist manifestation, if you want to call it like that, in the history of the Italian Republic. It's a party that was called the Common Man's Front. It had a very short life, but it impacted the Italian political life. And I want to show how this neglected figure of European, let's say also liberalism, because he identified himself as a liberal, the leader of this party, whose name was Guglielmo Giannini. He is one of the neglected figures that we took into account in the last two days. He identified as a liberal, and also, which is, I lost my presentation, I believe. I didn't do anything, but anyway, it's not that important, as long as you can hear me. Okay. So he was not only he identified himself as a liberal, but he also was a fierce supporter of what he called alternatively the United States of Europe or the European Union. So I thought it might be interesting to see how two political concepts that are normally seen as antagonists, that is liberalism and populism, in the Italian case not only communicated but went hand in hand for a while. And so I also want to mention that the English translation doesn't explain everything, because common man's, it's a way to put in English a word that was different in Italian language, because this was the fronte dell'uomo qualunque. Qualunque means whichever, common, undefined. So the qualunquismo, even when the party disappeared in 1948, the word and the concept of qualunquismo are still present in Italy today to identify something that is seen as populist, demagoguery, or something like that. So what I will do is briefly explain the history of this party, dwell into the bizarre ideas of its founder, and then see how this relates to liberalism and Europe. A little disclaimer also is that in that time, Italy didn't know populism. In the late 40s, the word and concept of populism were not common in Italian political and journalistic language, and this is something that is to be thought about, because we tend to think that populism was always here, and there are scholars like Anton Jäger that has shown us that in reality only after the 1950s Europe knew the word and concept of populism. This is something really interesting and always forgotten. Giannini was the son of a journalist and of a British woman. He was educated at home, following an anarchic and cosmopolite educational method, and he worked many different jobs and served his country in the war in Libya and in World War I before becoming a journalist and a successful comedian and playwright. His life and work during fascism were almost entirely apolitical, until in a few crucial months in World War II, his father died in poverty and his son died in battle. He elaborated his grief for these losses by writing a book that he wished to become the basis of a new political ideology, manifesto, or even a movement. The book was called The Crowd, 6,000 Years Fighting Against Tyranny. It was a very funny book, a very bizarre book, which resumed the history of mankind, dwelling on the cleavage of the professional political man against the common man, against the crowd. He analyzes this class struggle, we can say, along the whole history of mankind. And what is interesting to see is that we see in this book a vulgarized version of the liberal individualism, let's say. We can see traces of Locke and Rousseau's thoughts all over the book. The book was also full of images that he used to explain his ideas, and I want to relate to that in order to be more clear. As said, he described the vulgarized Lockean conception of property. We can see here how the word begins in the mind of Giannini. Property ends nomadism, so it's the first step to get out of the state of nature, let's say. We can also see that this is a kind of American settler, because his name is Smith, he's in the nowhere lands, and he's establishing the birth of civil society, which further on develops as a kind of hive-like community. We see a lot of people hidden into these houses. We can see that these houses are not communicating among them. It's just like a hive. And in this way, according to Giannini, civil liberty forces men to respect each other. Then the industrial progress allows these isolated individuals to grow in a social context, but maintaining their individual stance. So we see how the industrial progress allows the sons of the peasant to become modern citizens that participate to modern life. And also, at this point, Giannini wanted to highlight how, in his opinion, in the beginning of mankind, the men needed leaders because maybe they had to cross a river and they needed someone to drive the boat. But modern technology has rendered all of this unnecessary because, for example, the plane represents the freedom man, and progress is a force that serves freedom. And we have seen that this idea that progress was, the technological progress was turning Europe into something new that would, so to say, become more and more open to the communications is something that was also in other European intellectuals. And also Giannini ended up with the idea that communication technology at the end would affect politics as well, because they would destroy all authoritarian regimes and all unfair structures of power. Now it's funny that he uses the radio to exemplify this, but we know, for example, how important was the radio during the fascism regime to keep all the propaganda compact on the masses. Anyway, what I found fascinating is that in this book he directly refers to the classical contractualists, to Locke, to Rousseau, to authors that we usually identify as some referential figures from the philosophical roots of liberalism. After he wrote this book, which came out in 1945, he also founded a newspaper, which was called L'Uomo Qualunque. It was a weekly newspaper, and it was a very successful one. Because this newspaper was able to sell at the end of 1946 85,000 copies per week. It was the most sold newspaper in Italy after the Second World War. It sold more copies than, for example, the communist newspaper or the Christian Democrats newspaper. So he gained a lot of success. He struck a chord with a widespread but silent sentiment of anti-fascism, with a sentiment of rejection to both anti-fascism and fascism. It was exemplified by his motto, which was "Abbasso tutti," down with everybody. It's just the people against the ruling class. We are tired of this ruling class of professional political men, and we just want to live free without any intervention of the state in our business, because this intervention always ends up in war. He was so hurt by the losses that he had during the war, that his idea was that the only way to overturn this situation was to get rid of the professional politicians. Anyway, this newspaper, I'm synthesizing a very long story, which I do not have the time to tell in its entirety. This newspaper allowed the rising of qualunquisti groups in various parts, mostly of the south of Italy. People gathered around the messages of Giannini and started to want more. They didn't want just to buy a newspaper. They wanted to transform these ideas into something political. So Giannini, which was reluctant to take action, he actually wanted other parties to take his ideas and carry them. He wanted the Liberal Party to take his ideas, but Croce was not having it in any way. He decided to found a political movement, which was born in February 1946. And this political movement was the Common Man Front. Against all odds, in the June 2 election, which was the first let's say the first Republican election, because with that referendum, Italy established itself as a republic and also elected the Constituent Assembly, Giannini gained massive support in the south. He was completely non-existent in the north, but his party gained massive support in the south, and 30 qualunquisti were elected to the National Assembly. So we have some qualunquisti traces in our constitution as well. The party lasted for a short period of time because it was later choked by the biggest party, especially by the Christian Democrats, but it played an important role in that period. And I want to end up with this because it's the most important part, I think. When he was dealing with the Christian Democrats, which did not have the majority in parliament and needed the 30 elected qualunquisti to vote in favor of government, Giannini always supported the Christian Democrats and never wanted to participate in government until a certain point. The point that he made was that he wanted to participate in government with the Christian Democrats because the Christian Democrats were not stressing enough the importance of the European Union. This is fascinating to me because he was an advocate of a merely administrative state. He didn't want the state to do nothing more than take count of the gains and losses of the economy. But he also wanted to get rid of the state with a continental unity. He advocated for monetary unity in Europe. He wanted to launch a European qualunquisti movement. And in a crucial session of the Constituent Assembly on October 2, 1947, when the Christian Democrats needed the support of Giannini and the people in his party wanted to support the Christian Democrats, but he didn't want to give this support without any discussion. The point that he made was precisely this, and I'm translating by hand. The United States of Europe are the key to the solution of the international crisis, and they should be the key of our foreign policy. I don't know why we don't do this the key point of our foreign policy. This was his point. And asking to enter the Christian Democrats government, he precisely demanded, in the end of this passage, I have to ask something very serious. We believe that we deserve some spots in the government, and one of the spots must be that of the European Union minister. We, as Italians, have to keep our country back spiritually at the head of this continent whose civilization was formed at the light of that was bright in our country. Is referring, of course, to the Roman Empire. We have the right to attempt to get back at the head of the continent, and that was, to go back to the book, is vision of how Italy had to be at the core of this new United States of Europe. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgios. Thanks to the organizer. It's for me a pleasure and an honor to be here. Well, can you hear me? Okay. Luigi Einaudi's reflection on the United Europe spanned across half a century, from the end of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th. First evidence of an interest in the subject can be found in the article Un sacerdote della stampa e gli Stati Uniti d'Europa, published in 1897 by the 23-years-old Einaudi in Turin's La Stampa. From the outset, Einaudi's approach was based on a federalist orientation that would be strengthened in the tense through a series of articulated reflections on the League of Nations. From a theoretical standpoint, there are two routes from which Einaudi's reflection takes its cue. On the one hand, the conviction that the political form of the national state had reached its limits. This organizational form will be, indeed, a real myth harmful to humanity, the necessary overcoming of which is already postulated in 1897 article I've mentioned. From another standpoint, Einaudi noted that the necessary and inevitable outcome of the Industrial Revolution and of the interdependence it had generated was the dissolution of small nation states into larger bodies, leading to a world federation. Einaudi corroborates his theoretical approach by accompanying it with a historical analysis of the events in the former English colonies in North America. As is well known, the first organizational form assumed by the 13 former colonies with the Article of Confederation, drawn up in 1776, was a union on a confederal basis of substantially independent and sovereign states. This form will be superseded in 1787 with the adoption of the Constitution of the United States of America. In this passage, Einaudi sees the replacement of, I quote, the contract, the agreement between sovereign states to regulate some matter of common interest, by the act of sovereignty of the American people as a whole, which create a new state, gives it a constitution, and superimposes it in a wider sphere on the ancient states kept alive in a narrower sphere. End of quotation. Einaudi focuses on the disorder, anarchy, and selfishness that characterized the early years of the American experience, and that would, I quote, make many patriots regret the British domination. Even if the mentioned riots were clearly not due exclusively to the confederal order originally given to the former British colonies, the author took the opportunity to state that, I quote, the root of the evil lay in the sovereignty and independence of the 13 states. However, in the aftermath of World War I, Einaudi was aware that forcing the pace in the direction of a federative process would have meant doing an injustice to those states that, with the dissolution of the pre-existing empires, had just gained national independence. It was for this reason that in 1918, in a long discussion devoted to Cabbiati e Agnelli's book Federazione Europea o Lega delle Nazioni, Einaudi, while appreciating the effort of the two authors, judged their approach to be too rational, too economic, too detached from the emotional aspect of the political dimension and from those imponderables constituted by national sentiment. National identities were a necessary stage that could not be skipped and still had to be completed. It was for this reason that toward the end of the 10th, Einaudi identified a way to put end gradually but definitively to the myth of, I quote, the isolated and sovereign state sufficient to itself that is a fiction of the imagination, in what he called the government of things. The starting point for the changed approach to the problem comes from the study of the European Commission of the Danube, set up by the Treaty of Paris in 1856, which, in his opinion, constituted, I quote, one of the most interesting administration for those who wish to observe the gradual formation of the superstate, which will perhaps end up governing the world for a more or less long time. Although it had a functionalist matrix, the Commission seemed to him to lean in the direction of a true supranational government. In fact, over the years, Commission prerogatives are expanded to include fiscal and policing tasks, leading Einaudi to state that practice shows that once an international commission has been set up, sovereignty invincibly shifts from the parliaments and governments on individual states to the new international body. End of quotation. This stage, Einaudi's argumentation took on functionalist overtones regarding the methodology to be adopted, which did not, however, erase a convinced federalism as the outcome of the unification process. The author considered it, I quote, probable that by proceeding in this modest manner, content to govern things, we will eventually come to govern men as well. With the extension of this administration of things, in fact, the sovereignty of individual states will be certainly undermined, and legislators and rulers would have to realize that there exists above them a superior entity living by its own power, and therefore recognize that new sovereignty already existing in many separate cases, that the League of Nations would have had to unify, expand, extend to new cases. This seemed to Einaudi the logical and inevitable development of an evolution already perceived before the wars, and that this seems to accelerate. So I made a lot of quotation that all are from the article La società delle nazioni e il governo delle cose, that is now collected in the book Gli ideali di un economista. It was originally published in 1920, if I'm not wrong. Federalist perspective that seemed to characterize Einaudi production in the tense, which he had also expressed in his letter addressed to Corriere della Sera under the pseudonym of Junius, was destined to be redimensioned in the following decades. The year of fascism were, for Einaudi, years if not of complete silence, at least of a strong redimensioning of his commitment to publishing on the theme of a united Europe, with the important exception of the article The Nature of a World Peace, significantly published in English in 1940 in the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, and in which the author returned to the theme of European unification as the only possible solution for a world peace. The reason for this silence was not only the prudence dictated by Einaudi political choices, but the very practical economical nature of his Europeanism, which could not fail to suffer effective damage from the rise of European dictatorships. It would be necessary to wait until the fall of fascism for a full and strong revival of the theme, when, stimulated by the concrete political action of Altiero Spinelli and, above all, by his old pupil Ernesto Rossi, with whom he had continued to correspond even during the years in which the latter was confined to Ventotene, Einaudi would take up the themes and position he had expressed in the article Il dogma della sovranità e l'idea della società delle nazioni, published in 1919. The fall of fascism and the end of what he called the European Civil War, a veritable religious war between different and irreconcilable ways of thinking, politics, and Europe, now made it possible to resume the old ideals with the with a hope renewed by the observation that today there is a group of young people in Italy who have been hardened by the harsh school of imprisonment and confinement in the island, and who are determined to put the problem of federation at the top of all those need to be discussed in our country. The high point of Einaudi's Europeanism after World War II, however, is the parliamentary debate on the approval of the peace treaty between Italy and the Allied powers. On 29 July 1947, Einaudi replied to the intervention with which, a few days earlier, Benedetto Croce had urged against the approval of a treaty that he considered humiliating for Italy, to the point of making it impossible to think of a future continental collaboration. While recognizing the historical and philosophical height of Croce's intervention, Einaudi overturned his conclusion, stating that he did not want to address the past but the future. For Einaudi, the two wars that had ended had a moral character. They had not only been wars between peoples,
but between opposing principles, between good and evil, or, in his words, between Satan and God. And such would have been the third, with even more catastrophic outcomes, in the absence of a resolute political action. For these reasons, Einaudi invited the House to approve the treaty as a sign of Italy's goodwill toward a future and desirable European unification, in the knowledge that, I quote, "It is not enough to preach the United States of Europe and call parliamentary congresses. What is important is that the parliaments of the tiny states that make up the divided Europe surrender part of their sovereignty in favor of a parliament in which the peoples of Europe as a whole are directly represented in an elected chamber, without distinction of state and in proportion to the number of inhabitants. And in the Chamber of States, the individual states are represented in equal numbers. As you can see, the model is constituted by the USA parliamentary assets. In the 40s, therefore, not only was the renunciation of the myth of the sovereign states taken to its extreme consequences, yes, I'm going to conclude, to the point of hoping within the constituent body of a country that its future will be resolved in a broader political context. But also the functionalist method that had characterized the Einaudi's thinking in the late 10s was abandoned in favor of an open return to the explicit federalism that characterized the Einaudi who found inspiration in the events of the United States of America. The premises were too tragic, and the consequences of a failure in the unification process would have been too serious. In the atomic age, the only possible choice was, I quote, between utopia and death, between utopia and the law of the jungle. This is why the European ideal was now, for Einaudi, the only ideal worth working for, to make the immortal ideal triumph in Europe, which are called the spiritual freedom of man, the elevation of every man toward the divine, the renunciation of useless pomp, including the most nefarious pomp of the myth of absolute sovereignty. Thank you. I'm also anticipating the time. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. Well, thank you for both great papers and for sticking to the time. In fact, we have time for discussion. We're very good on time. Will someone help with the microphone, or will I? Oh, there you are. Okay. So two papers that I also would like to add before giving the floor, that they also speak to one another in a very interesting way, because they recover a moment in Italian politics, and I'd like to also give the opportunity later to the speakers potentially ask each other questions, and But let's move on to the audience. Yeah.
Can I?
Okay, you can start, Matthew, and then we go back.
Thank you for two very, very interesting papers, Marcello. I think there's nothing has ever been written in English, I might be wrong, on Giannini, so I mean, I find that very useful eventually for the English reading public. I was just wondering about your last slide. It indicates Suez, and it says Suez, the Suez Canal makes of Europe once again the center of the world. Is Northern Africa in particular, the Mediterranean, envisaged at all in Giannini's projects of European unification? I do have a question even for Andrea. Another very interesting paper. Thank you very much. I was wondering, I remember going through Einaudi's letters, which collected and published in the early 1920s, 22 maybe, of course by Einaudi. And in the front page, he actually lists a number of authors to which he is indebted, and among those are, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Acton. I was just wondering how important are the ideas of British thinkers in the shaping of Einaudi's Europeanism and federalism in general. Thank you very much.
Thanks to both speakers. My question is a very short one. It goes to Marcello. This newspaper, Uomo Qualunque, why does it why did it exist until 1949? Also, it was so successful. Also, it was so successful. Why did it exist only for 3 years? Because this idea of common man, I think it's very important for the 1968 movement. So why did the newspaper existed and didn't exist until the 1960s or the 1970s? The new social movements, for example. Perhaps you can say a little bit about that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, I would like to join Florian with his question. The chapter of the Uomo Qualunque in Italian history and political and cultural history, I think is extremely interesting because it's I think it's the try to overcome politics as perceived as a casta, as a phenomenon of an elite far away from the people. I don't remember if Giannini has any roots in the Thomas Paine idea of normal men that should that is much more familiar to the Anglo-Saxon, British, American idea of politics, and perhaps more far away from the continental European idea of politics. And just a question for my ignorance. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe I could add a question to Marcello. It's rather a comment because I fear that you won't be able to answer the question due to source problems. But I was interested in the term, the semantics. You know, it's the United States of Europe, not United Europe, not a European Confederation, but he's talking about the United States of Europe, and that refers to a very distinct strand of the European unity movement and discourse in the interwar period and even before. So I was wondering, do you know where his European ideas, he must have read them somewhere, and what are his intellectual links in this regard? If you can't answer, I would have a guess, because I think if you add that distinct notion of progress serving freedom and, well, technological modernity, bringing people and bringing Europe together, I think that's a strong reference to Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi as the leading populist of European thinking, who was arguing in exactly the same manner. And it would also be interesting because of this, theory of populism. You were arguing that it's avant la lettre because populism only, everything okay? Yeah. Only really came into existence in the 1950s. But of course, you've showed that there's a lot of populist thinking before. So, thank you.
There's one more question down there. Is anyone else? You're taking notes, right? So.
Thank you so much. And because it follows the same line, I was also very intrigued, very interested about the issue of this, United States of Europe. And also, since when you were talking about Giannini, you mentioned the comparison with populism nowadays, and we know there are other similar movements in other European countries. When he mentions precisely this idea of the United States of Europe, I wanted to know if he had contacts with groups, with individuals defending also this idea of the United States of Europe, which fell into a similar ideological, political line, and if they corroborated or network it or something like that. So I was very interested in that point. And then I really enjoyed the presentation and the use of images. So I wanted to know more about the kind of display, self-representation, propaganda, and the possible links with radio programs, audiovisual documents like some short films or documentaries, and so the link between filmmaking, illustration, press, printed press, cartoons, and radio programs, and all these different kind of media to diffuse this movement. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, shall we return to the speakers? And I just add a passing comment, and if you want to kind of consider it in your responses, you know, coming out of sheer ignorance, say if we have Einaudi and Giannini here, what would each other say about their respective projects of what Europe is? You know, that'll be an interesting thing if we can recover that and see, you know, what kind of, where would they agree, where would they disagree, you know, what would be the perspectives? So yeah, off to you. Marcelo, do you want to, or? Sure. Okay, yeah, let's take a second, and then quite a lot of questions there. So it's quite fitting we're ending with a detour on kind of post-war Italian thought about European unity and other things. So yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best to keep it short as well. But you must be surveilling me with time. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so. Thank you, everybody. I'll try to answer as on the point as I can. As for the Mediterranean, it seems to me that it is central in his project, but it's not very thought about. His sources of inspiration are completely Anglo-Saxon. And maybe it's because of his mother, because he was educated by a British mother. I don't know. There is a biography, a book that came out in 2008 by Lo Martire, and he stresses this point that his home schooling, his education at home was really important. But at the same time, he was born in Naples and lived in Rome, so he was very Mediterranean. If you can see, maybe if we can get back the last slide for a moment. So, what calls my attention in the last slide is that you see that his focus on Italy is not Milan, Turin, Genoa, it's Rome and Naples. Naples because of the harbor, and Rome because of the Pope. And that's the centrality that he gives to the Mediterranean. It's a Catholic centrality, so to say, because when the Roman Empire fell apart, the idea and the unity of the empire was carried on by the church, and then the problem was that nation raised, and every nation wanted to be a new empire, and that's why Europe is in conflict. As for Florian, right, why does it disappear so early? Because Giannini went economically broke, completely broke. Because when he refused to give his support to the Christian Democrats, the industrial bourgeoisie, which had given Giannini some economic support, turned his back on him. Also because I should have mentioned this, when the Christian Democrats were not wanting to deal with him, he started a public dialogue with Togliatti. So he tried to see if there could be any connection with the communists, which was completely paradoxical because he was an anti-communist, Giannini. So, and his party, because of this move, his party rebelled against him and started to vote against his will in parliament. And that's why the party disappeared, and consequently also the newspapers, it all went down very quickly, and he fell, he was economically broke. He was saved, I think, by some Vatican sources that had not forgotten the important role that he had played as an anti-communist wall, and that's why everything came down like that. To Christiane, I start with the second point. I think he could have read Thomas Paine. I think he could have read, I'm not sure because he is not an intellectual. I mean, we have this book, which he wrote completely in rage and grief when his son and his father died, but we don't have any other, let's say, intellectuals. We have a lot of articles in newspapers, but they have a very colloquial tone, so to say. So sometimes you get some references, but you don't know if it's something that he studied, something that he read, or something that he just heard about. And concerning the casta, that's why I fell into this, that's why I stumbled on Giannini, because 10 years ago, when the five-star movement was on the rise, I started to see if there was any commonalities with other Italian parties. And I find it fascinating because the figure of Giannini and the figure of Casaleggio, which was the founder, together with Beppe Grillo, of the five-star movements, are for many aspects very similar, especially for their idea that communication progress, technological progress would lead to the disappearance of politics someday, because everybody should be alone and free, and we can all participate in a continental or world government just by voting, expressing our will in the ballot. And also because both recanted the elite, the casta, the professional political men. And then to Florian, yes, he had contacts with Kalergi. Actually, in the same parliamentary debate where he confronted De Gasperi, telling him that he wanted to participate in government to have the minister of the European Union, he also said, we were in an international convention in Gstaad, and I had to speak just after Kalergi. So that was and he's enraged with the Christian Democrat represented in that convention, because he says that his place was delayed because of the Italian Christian Democrats. But and he claims that the Kalergi and the other international organizers of the Gstaad Convention wanted him to speak first. So he had contact with them. About populism, I'm not saying that there was no populism before 1950s. What I'm saying, and again, I cannot stress this enough, there's a very good study by a young scholar whose name is Anton Jäger, I think he's from Belgium, and he wrote an article on constellation 4 or 5 years ago, which is called The Semantic Drift. And he explains how the intellectual milieu of the 1950s United States academics completely changed the sense of what the populist experience had been in the late 19th century. What was originally called populism in the United States was something that was, so to say, just limited to the southern area of the United States. But when Richard Hofstadter and his peers started to use this concept, not as an historical concept, but as a sociological concept, the mess began. And in a couple of decades, the word and concept of populism got in South America, got in Europe, and now I think populism is almost unuseful to describe anything, because you can use it in Italy. It's funny because the qualunquismo shows all the characteristics that nowadays we tend to give to populism, but nobody called Giannini a populist at that time. Now we can do that. I'm running. And to Christina, similar movement today, yes, what I was saying about the five-star movements, they share this idea. And also I was fascinated by what you said before about Madariaga, telling that the infrastructures, the communication infrastructure were to be the veins and the rivers, if I recall correctly. I wonder which years was he talking about that, because maybe there's an idea that, and also this relates to, I think it was Paula's presentation in the morning, when she said that on the contrary, in the first 20 years of the century, liberals tended to see some of the technological progress as something that was favoring the mass culture and the alienation and everything. So it's fascinating to me how technology changes in these views. And propaganda and film, there is a book that has come out last year. It's about Giannini, not as a political figure, but only as a film director, critic, and comedian. And it's a very interesting book. I will tell you because I don't recall the title, but I will tell you later. And to Giorgos, they actually spoke in this same day on the Constituent Assembly. Einaudi and Giannini, they actually had, or at least Giannini spoke to Einaudi and said that yes, he's a good economist, but sometimes he fails, and he fails because he doesn't understand that the world has changed, and now we have to rely on complete empirism. We cannot know what will happen in 2 weeks, so we have to act with some fixed values, like the idea of the United States of Europe or European Union. He uses the two formulas alternatively, but we cannot do economic plan for the long run. So that's what he said. Thank you.
So, regarding the influence of British thinkers on Einaudi's thought, British thought is essential for the formation of Einaudi Europeanism. Yesterday, Spartaco Pupo show us the picture of Einaudi with the statue of Adam Smith, and is also the reason of the difference between the Einaudi and Croce's thought of the idea of Europe, and the reason of the different reaction to the fascism of Einaudi and Croce. Croce, during the years of fascism, continued to write the history of Europe in the 19th century. Einaudi stopped to write on this theme because he considered impossible to build unification. Is also the reason for which the authors of the Manifesto di Ventotene, Spinelli, Rossi above all, abandoned Croce's approach to Europe. While he was in a prison, Spinelli read Croce, and he had Crocian approach. Unfortunately, his prison papers are lost. We have only the papers of the confinement. In the years of the confinement, he changed his mind, and he turned to Einaudi's. And there is a note in his autobiography. He wrote, I try to translate by hand, he wrote in these years, in this period, Einaudi was thinking Europe in like same ideas of with the functionalist method of the Romanian economist Mitrani. We went to him, and we convinced him to return to the federalism of the origin and to the economic English thought that characterized the origin of Einaudi's Europeanism. So, for what concerned the question about Einaudi and Giannini, so we have an evidence, so I consider it resolved.
Well, please join me in thanking our final speakers for a final panel, for an excellent presentation, a great discussion. And we'll move straight to the roundtable concluding session. I'll invite Kathy to come and share this, right? Oh, we need 5 minutes. Okay, we need 5 minutes, and then we'll, but we don't have a long break, right? Yeah. Afterwards, we have the okay.
An insult right now. When somebody tells you that you are a qualunquista, it's like but it's funny because I forgot to tell you, the Fondazione Einaudi in Rome in 2002 re-edited Giannini. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, sorry.
I mean, I'm just going to...
Però io non sono stato, cioè io vivevo a Napoli, quindi da un tempo a Croce.
Veniva in mente there you go, you can sit in the center.
Einaudi.
Tavola rotonda dei Vigoni. Io guardo il futuro, ma il passato, questi parlano solo di passato, non so cosa c'è. Io sono Venturini, Alessandra Venturini.
does he know he's speaking?
He didn't know, he just learned a few minutes ago.
Oh, from as in... No. Hello, everyone. I'm going to try and speak at my loudest voice. Oh, no, I don't need to. Oh, yeah. No, I think it's working now. Thank you very much, everyone. So we've got our final wrap-up session of this fantastic conference. I mean, it's been an utter privilege for me to listen to all these incredible papers and to see the synergies and intellectual connections that you're making, and that you already have, and that you're kind of improving by being here. So thank you very much to all the participants. What we have today now is a short opportunity for some of our colleagues to make concluding remarks about the themes of liberalism and liberal Europe and freedom. And I'm going to introduce them. And I think maybe that we take you in the order of the program. But we also have Thomas from Munich as well, who perhaps you would like to start, and then we'll go through the program. So I'll introduce Thomas from Munich, and then Christiane Liermann from Villa Vigoni, Stefano Montaldo from Turin, and Giuseppe Schiara from Bologna, Eduardo Tortorola from Turin, and Alessandra Venturini from Turin. It's great to have so many colleagues who are local here and putting, really showcasing the strengths of as Turin as a kind of intellectual centre. So, Thomas, we'll start with you. Please, can you talk for 7 to 8 minutes? Is that?
I will do my best. Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I was a little bit caught by surprise. I thought my place would be on the other side of this table. So I was listening all the time. Now I'm here, but that's fine. Those are the best moments in life, right? Yes. The moments that catch you by surprise. And I must admit, I wasn't here yesterday because I had some other appointments, but I was here the day before yesterday and obviously today. And maybe I introduce myself for a minute. I'm not an historian like you are. I'm a business reporter at Süddeutsche Zeitung in Munich, so I write about big companies, or I write about energy problems and obviously trying to find energy solutions. We write about the war, and basically when we write today about economy, what we do is we write about war economy, because that's where we're in, that's where we're at. So I found those debates that we had here these days very inspiring and yet touching. Touching why? Why was I touched? Because if we weren't in a war these days, if we hadn't the problems that we face these days, this would have been just one of those very normal academic congresses with on the history of ideas, the history of liberalism, about John Locke and Montesquieu and Benedetto Croce and so forth. So it goes to show how deep this European history goes and what our heritage is. But why was I touched? I was touched because I thought more than once these days that where are we now? It's 2022. the concept of liberty is being questioned by some European governments. The example given is Hungary, for example, Viktor Orban. The idea of liberalism and liberty, the way we understand it these days, is being questioned by parties in Italy, in Germany, not to mention France. If we see the last results of the elections in France, we can say, well, they are not only touching, they are very scary, I would say. So that goes to show, or that leads to the question, where is Europe heading, and what does this mean for this big history that we were talking about these days? And yet, after all, there's war in Europe. I think that's something that nobody of us would have imagined, not even after 2014 when Russia invaded the Crimea area. Not even then, I guess, we would have figured that, or we would have expected a war like this. This changed the whole way of thinking, I think. I remember that 1 week after Putin, and we can say Putin started the war, obviously. 1 week after Putin started the war, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz had a very famous speech. It was a Sunday, and he was in front of the parliament, and he talked about something that he called a Zeitenwende, a changing of time. And he promised to invest 100 billion in British. And don't know what it's like to live with a war in Europe. We expected to spend our money in Germany into projects like how do we prevent the climate change, green projects, green oxygen, and windmills, and all those nice things that we definitely have to have in order to prevent this planet to end. And now there was the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who talked about 100 billion euro to be invested in Panzer, in military, and ships, and the question was, is the German population going to follow him? And that was the big issue. How is he going to succeed with this proposal? And then it turned out to be very quickly that whatever he said was alternativlos. That's one of the famous words that Angela Merkel always used. It's without alternative, because we find ourselves in a situation in which we don't really have options. What are we supposed to do? So that is not only changing the German economy and the European economy, but it also, I think, changes the mindsets these days. We don't know exactly in what direction. Lots of people talk about war economy, war communication, war rhetorics. So the whole rhetoric changed in Germany. We use words and phrases that we wouldn't have used 3 months ago or 4 months ago. So, and after all, the questions that I ask myself and that I ask myself these days, listening to this very interesting Congress, was what is going to happen with the heritage that we described here these days? Is this going to change our political culture? The geopolitical changes are already taking place, we know that. It's happening while we're talking. Every day there's something new coming out of the Ukraine. We don't know, and we can't really say if the NATO is going to be involved sooner or later, what is going to happen in the Baltics, what is going to happen in Polonia, how are right-wing parties in Italy, in Germany, in France, how are they going to take profit from all of this? I wouldn't be surprised if it wouldn't come that way, so I think this is what's going to happen next. There's a lot of understanding for Putin and Russia going on within these parties, which is also a very scary aspect that we have to take into consideration. Of course, this is something that takes place in the social media. That's something that we didn't have before to that extent. So we as journalists writing for Süddeutsche Zeitung or La Repubblica or New York Times, so we kind of also lost our, let's put it that way, our exclusive role of defining politics that we had for many years and decades. So we would write articles and people would discuss it. But now, as you all know, it's nothing new. The social media changed everything. So we kind of lost also control. Everybody loses control, because what happens in the social media, fake news, deep fakes, you all know those kind of issues, combined with the war, combined with the pandemics, combined with a very, very dangerous energy crisis, combined with a world recession that is might happen. Some say no, others say are convinced. If you ask 3 economists, you get 3 different answers, but it's always like this. But it comes down to the fact that hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. You all know that. So we're trying to prepare for the worst, even though we hope for the best, because we don't know what's happening. Anyway, after all, that was what I got from this conference was, here we are with these big traditions, here we are with those big ideas, but what's going to happen next? I don't know. Maybe we will see. 7 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Fantastic.
I don't know. I can talk forever, but
No, thank you.
that was a very personal
Yes.
speech. It was very improvised, as you could tell. But that's
good to see some optimism still in Gramsci's city.
Optimism, I don't know. Realism, I should rather say, right?
Thank you so much. I try to be also brief. I want to make 4 points of, it's kind of summary, but of my impressions or what I learned in these days, and it's kind of, I would like, as Thomas did, to come to a lessons learned in the end, but mine are only kind of aphoristic comments. I learned that there's a very wide university of meanings of liberal thought, of liberalism, of persons, of representatives, of liberal thinking and liberal politics. Many historical moments, quite diverse, ones from another. What is liberal is I think, more wide than as for other political families like socialists or even conservatives. I think this is because the history is longer. It starts in antiquity, and the discourse on freedom goes back longer than the one on social justice, for instance. Only that justice in itself is more universal and perhaps older. So if we want to come near to some kind of definition, I think the only way is to look for the self-attributions or the attribution of liberal to others. But further, I think we can't go. Second comment, as we did see these attributions of the characterization of liberal is genuinely European. So I think you did very well to link the two and to watch if we have a kind of, not identity obviously, but starting from the self-definition liberal as European. Third point that seems very important to me is religion. Are they antagonistic, or the 2 great narratives, I think, is European history is a history of emancipation from religion, and the other version is no, European history is exactly that we have a religion that permits a space out of politics. So we overcome Roman identity of man and his body politic, and then this is the only way that permits a space of freedom. So it's Blumenberg, no, the modernity is emancipation from the heritage of religion, or on the contrary, only thanks to Judaism and Christianity, it is possible to overcome antique identification of man and polis. Fourth, and this is, I think, perhaps the lesson we could try not to learn or to apply, liberal thought in modern ages, and that came for me also today in the panel, but also if I think of Ulrich's panel is an extremely elitistic thing. Liberal thought fails to reach the masses, and this causes a nostalgia that there were times when the aristocrats or the noblemen, the princes, were they fail to reach the masses. They fail to have what Gramsci called hegemony, and it's not a case, I think, that Gramsci looks to the Catholic Church. So she's so very attentive to see, not one of his heroes is a thinker like Gioberti, so a Catholic priest that has in mind how to reach the masses, and there obviously nation is the missing link. So I think the 20s of the 20th century are a period where the big intellectuals cultivate a nostalgic idea of politics when it was an affair of the happy few. They do not get the grip on the masses. They do not find a way to combine social justice and liberal order. They have to admit defeat in front of the mass movement. And this is, I think, why interbellum liberalism is the big loser of the moment. It was nice to be liberal, but while it lasted, but then it was over. And this is, I think, what we could address with our discussion is are we in the same situation today, the threat of autocratic challenge of an alternative that seems to offer more to people in terms of stability of the systems, of not to have make choices. Choices are a difficult affair, and I prefer perhaps not to have to make them. Populists within inside. So I think this is. Are we in a similar, or do we have means and tools today to address more with more capacity the social justice issue? And this is the last comment on that behalf from my side would be what I learned from your talks is that I think liberal thought is or essential. Liberty, freedom is something that one has or not has, or is it, and I think this is interesting for nearly all thinkers we talked of, is a process. Liberty and freedom are things one acquires, one gets mature and then has a right to, and that is for collective bodies. Mazzini says, we do not now have the right to be a nation state, but we have to get mature to have that right. And I think this is a vision common to many liberal thinkers as the individual. So if I'm not ripe, if I'm not mature to be autonomous, I do not have that right. And free will is a thing of a mature brain and sovereignty of one's own will. So one can reach it, one must reach it, but it is a process in time, and one has to get the dignity to be free. I think this is something perhaps we lost in a perception, but perhaps worthwhile to be reconsidered. Thank you so much. These were kind of mosaic pieces, but perhaps.
Thank you very much. Stefano.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am an European Union lawyer, so again, I see these topics from quite a different disciplinary perspective. But let me, first of all, spend 20-30 seconds of my 7 minutes to thank Federico for inviting me, and also for apologizing because I will have to chair a degree session in 45 minutes, so I'm afraid that I will have to leave in in some minutes. So sorry for that. I've learned a lot from you all actually today, and the topic itself of the conference is actually very inspiring, because the European Union per se is a legal phenomenon, and not only as a political one, has compelled us to rethink many categories which we are used at. So, for instance, the idea of boundaries, as Christina was saying, the idea of rights moving beyond the jurisdiction of a certain state, so the power of a state to grant, limit, and protect those rights, and freedom of movement is actually one of the core examples of this. But even the idea of cooperating as member states within the international community, and of organizing our complex institutional structure within the European Union, with an institutional setting which is quite peculiar and unparalleled around the globe. So what do we have today when we think of an experience, a legal and political experience, which has led to so many rethinkings? I would start from two pillars, and as any boring lawyers, I will quote two provisions of law. First, today the European Union is formally grounded on Article 1 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which is primary law, which means that it is at the peak of the legal sources of the Union, which is devoted to protecting human dignity, which is quite evidently an outcome of centuries of liberal thought. Secondly, if you look at Article 2, if you cannot sleep and you want to, let's just open the treaties and have a look at Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. You will see that there we have quite a constitutional style provision, whereby the treaty says the treaty drafters, so basically the member states and other representatives of the institutions, wrote, the Union is grounded on the values of democracy, the rule of law, the protection of fundamental rights and liberty, the non-discrimination, equality among genders, freedom of religion, freedom of thought, and so on and so forth. This is possibly and critically, for sure, the declared pillars on which the Union is grounded today. We can, of course, question on whether the Union is able to comply with these high-profile and self-imposed requirements or principles or values. But from a very practical viewpoint, I think that the way in which the European Union has led us to rethink our liberal roots is at least threefold. First of all, the idea of a new institutional balance. So our way of conceiving EU politics has led to a way out whereby we have an institution representing the citizens, an institution representing governments, an institution representing the organization per se, the Commission, which is basically the hidden success of the European Union, because the Commission has defended the European Union over the decades from the centrifugal forces coming especially from the Council, so basically from its own member states. Secondly, in accepting division of powers, the European Union, just like the member states, is always a matter of conferral, division, balance of powers. Insofar as this division is accepted, so I can do this as a union, you cannot do that as a member state. My own institutions have those limits, so the member states can reach up to that point. Then the system works, and the balance itself works. And lastly, and most importantly from a legal perspective, the existence of guarantors of these institutional balance and these accepted division of powers. Guarantors that, of course, can be on the one hand political, so the European Parliament, for instance, that luckily enough from the Treaty of Lisbon onwards, so basically 2009 onwards, has been strengthened quite a lot in terms of political oversight on the activity of the Union, but first and foremost the EU judges, meaning both the Court of Justice and the national judges, which are the front line of the correct application and protection of EU rights and values, okay, also by the means of national law. So what we have today is quite an unprecedented challenge to these threefold dimension. As we were saying at the beginning of this roundtable, we have some governments in member states of the Union which are putting forward a new idea of, so to say, democracy, if we can call it, which quite interestingly starts from the technicalities. So the way in which, for instance, in Hungary and Poland, they are trying to dismantle democracy is precisely by prioritizing the lack of independence of the judiciary. Insofar as a government, I have a control over the judiciary, I will be able to have the control over the protection of the values which Europe is grounded on, which I want to put forward as a state, and which quite interestingly clash with some of the key values of the European Union. So what do we have ahead? To preserve the Article 1 of the Charter and Article 2 of the TEU. From a political perspective, we have basically nothing. Because if you are used with EU politics, you might know that the new trend is conditionality. So if you do not behave well, if you do not comply with what I want you to comply with, I will simply close your financial waters, okay? I will stop from financing you. But ultimately, stopping this means limiting economic development and well-being of the population, and which is possibly not entirely responsible for this rule of law backsliding, even though this is frankly controversial. From a legal perspective, we have even fewer instruments. Just to tell you one, very topical issue. We are now experiencing a frontal confrontation between the Court of Justice of the European Union and the constitutional courts of Poland, Hungary, and Romania, whereby we have basically an overall structural principle, which is the primacy of EU law, according to which EU law must come first. And the national authorities have to set aside national laws conflicting with EU law. Well, these three constitutional courts are simply saying, and this is something which we thought it was somehow hidden in 40 years ago past, they are saying nowadays, no, we want to put our priority on our own national values. So insofar as we deem a limitation of the independence of the judiciary to be essential to our interests in terms of public order, in terms of how we conceive the idea of state and our participation in the European Union, then we will not accept the primacy of EU law. And quite interestingly, we have so many lower judges now undergoing disciplinary actions because they are trying to oppose this position, which is in plain contrast with the last 50 years of legal integration process, which possibly provide us with some optimism in terms of, well, the real operators of the legal constructions of Europe are still on the way to preserving the European Union legal order. But to be honest, the situation is quite difficult and will definitely require us to again rethink the European categories that we have been used to use over the last 30, 40 years. So quite a good deal of research ahead for both of us.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Giuseppe.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizer of the conference, Federico, Florian, Matthew. I really enjoyed these 3 days of presentation, and considering my interest on the history of political thought, I appreciated especially, to be honest, the first day and the 2-day papers. So, in the light I heard, I'd like to present to you 2 or 3 ideas to think about, starting from a question. Is there a distinctive European notion of liberalism? Is there a specific European way to liberalism? As you know, most scholars claim that when we talk about liberalism, we have to talk about liberalisms in the plural, because not only freedom has several meanings, but there are different approaches to consider freedom in a liberal way. As this conference has shown, after all, there are, of course, national tradition of liberalism. We have a French liberalism, we have a German liberalism, British, and also Spanish, Greek, Finnish liberalism. And each of them has its own specificity, resulting from the particular historical condition of the country, from the specific process of nation building in each country, especially, for example, in Italy and Germany, of course. But I think it's possible to identify an European core of liberalism, or to be more precise, maybe especially a continental core of liberalism, different from American way to liberalism. First of all, we have a key historical moment, in my opinion, a moment from which the history of liberalism starts, French Revolution, of course. French Revolution is a key moment, not only because it's the moment of origin of our European political identity, if you can talk about European identity, but you know, the ideologies that we have to deal with, not only liberalism, but also socialism, nationalism, communism, of course, born during the French Revolution. And also the political language. Think about the distinction between left and right in politics that start during the French Revolution. But French Revolution is a key moment, especially because the contemporary liberalism borns from confrontation with democracy, with the disruptive phenomenon of democracy. For this reason, I agree with Helena Rosenblatt when she identified the origin of liberalism with Madame de Staël and Benjamin Constant thought. Of course, before the revolution, liberalism was born on a natural law basis as opposed to absolute power. Norberto Bobbio wrote, you know, it's impossible to talk about liberalism in Turin without a quotation quoting Bobbio. He wrote that liberalism is a theory of the juridical limits of the state of power, of the state power. Bobbio identified liberalism with natural law and following this path with enlightenment. But in my opinion, liberalism as we know it is affirmed once the great and disruptive phenomenon of democracy appears on the scene, on the European scene, that is to say when it's realized that to limit power is not enough to change the ownership of power, is not enough to say that power should not be in the hands of an absolute king, but of the people. But it's necessary instead to establish how far this power can go. This is, in my opinion, the greatness of thinkers like Madame de Staël and Benjamin Constant. They experienced firsthand the force of democracy. And this not happen, of course, in the United States, where, as Tocqueville claims, democracy as equality in the conditions is a reality since the 17th century. So I think the first point of this core of liberalism is the French Revolution as key moment because the confrontation with democracy. Secondly, this thinker, Constant, Madame de Staël, marked the transition, a methodological transition, from a way of thinking, of reasoning, based on natural law, to a way of thinking based on history. And in their opinion, political phenomena have no more to analyze on the basis of abstract ideas, but a phenomenon located in the history. The third element, I think, of European liberalism is the influence of Romanticism. Madame de Staël and Constant as a conception of liberalism, not as a monistic ideal, but as something open, political open to religion, to moral, to ethics, to pluralism of values. And they have a concept of the perfectible nature of the human race, and a concept of ethics based and focused to the idea of religious sentiment. And I think it's very important, this point, because religious sentiment represents the other side of the human existence, in the opinion of Constant and Madame de Staël. The human being is not only reason, but it's something more. It's a religious sentiment that is very important because the human being is weak. So I think a specificity of European liberalism is this ethical and not at all economicistic character. It's a very important point, in my opinion, because if you think to liberalism as something in connection to ethics, to morality, to religion, you cannot avoid the social problem, the problem of social justice. I think these romantic roots of liberalism are very important to identify during the 19th century and the first part of 20th century, a continuous effort towards reconciliation between freedom and equality, between freedom and justice. And we had during this conference several examples of this effort with papers on Mill, on Bau's Croce, on liberal socialism, but also today with Valéry Ortega. And this continuous effort to establish a liberal society that go beyond the market economy is very important for, in my opinion, to define European liberalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eduardo, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm especially happy since I was here on Wednesday addressing the audience on behalf of the Fondazione Einaudi. I'm especially happy that the conference was so successful and that I'm here in a way celebrating the success thanks to the organizers and thanks to the speakers in general. I have 3 remarks. This is a good news compared to the 4 that Christiane announced. I only have 3, 1 premise and 2 real remarks. I would like to start by inviting you to an experiment in sort of historical liberalism. First, let me say how happy I was that the title of the conference was so well phrased. 3 fundamental aspects of historical judgment, like Benedetto Croce would say, are there thinking, not listing, not remembering, rethinking. Liberal as a political concept, which is extremely multifarious, extremely multi-layered, and we explored the different meanings of it, and Europe as a cultural and geographical area that has to be defined. So that we really have three things together very nicely, dovetailing each other in the title. The premise would go against the notion that we might be interested as a conference, and I think the organizers will share my thought about it, as a sort of nostalgia. This is again something that Christiane has evoked. No nostalgia, please. Koselleck, who has been mentioned by one of the speakers this morning, wrote an essay on accelerating, the notion of accelerating history in the recent times. But I would like to remind you that probably more fittingly for our purposes, Koselleck also wrote a sort of final definitive essay on the dissolution of the topos Historia Magistra Vitae. So we don't have to learn anything from the past, but we have to rethink what aspects of the past are interesting to us. And indeed, as it has been suggested at the very beginning, the situation we are now in the present times are unprecedented. Nobody would ever think that Europe would be facing a war following an invasion and aggression from a foreign power in 2022. So dissolution of the topos Historia Magistra Vitae would lead us, should lead us to emphasize the local aspects of historical experience. And this is the premise that leads to the experiment. The experiment is a sort of what I would call an urban history of liberalism in Turin. If you go out from the Collegio Carlo Alberto, take a very short walk, 2 or 3 blocks on your right, you will find yourself in the place where Piero Gobetti, one of the heroes of revolutionary liberalism, lived, and that was his last residence before leaving Italy in 1926 and going to Paris, where he died as a very young man. So the premise is that while thinking liberal Europe, we should also make an effort to locate ourselves in time and space and locate the people that we are thinking about or investigating, exploring, not only through the writings, but sort of making an effort to relive and reshape their historical experience in terms of sympathy and empathy and emotional commitment. And this is, to me at least, an important aspect, a sort of takeaway from this conference, that all the people that have been the subject of the papers, from Ortega Gasset, De Madariaga, Croce, Einaudi, and all the people that relived in the papers of this morning, they all were confronted with unprecedented events going on around them, and that we should pay attention to this. And this is especially important for Piero Gobetti, who was sort of in the background on many papers this morning, as he was friends and pupil and obviously a reader of Croce and Einaudi. He was a contemporary of Federico Chabot. They attended the University of Turin exactly the same years. And Piero Gobetti invites us to think innovative aspects of the liberal Europe, and I would only pick 2 aspects that are, to me, extremely interesting, and they are sort of food for thought for the next upcoming conference that I have no doubt it's already in the pipeline. The first remark, the first topic is about the revolutionary potential of liberalism. we have been dealing this morning in the first place with, I mean, to say it mildly, conservative liberals. In some cases, like Croce, very, very, very moderate liberals, despite his resistance to fascism. Piero Gobetti shows the possibility to combine revolution and liberalism, and reading his writings invites us to assess the potential of including new social classes, new forms of cultures, new areas of the world into the vocabulary of liberalism. Revolutionary liberalism means also that he was rooted in his time and place. Turin, 1920, 21, 22, 23, the so-called Biennio Rosso, the short-lived revolutionary attempt to occupy and Sovieticize the Fiat factories, and all this story that you all know very, very well. And Gobetti invites us also to think about the duty, the sort of moral task that we have to include non-conventional social classes, non-conventional political thinking into some sort of wider area of liberalism. Sort of sub-remark to this, the discussion about positive and negative liberty, that has been a core element of liberal political thought in the 20th century. And to this alternative, Gobetti would have said, I'm interested only in positive liberty. I want to have liberty to do things. I'm not really interested in things that might do harm to me. I will resist, as I'm obviously sort of personifying Gobetti in this case. He was not interested in protecting himself too much through conventions and accommodations with the prevailing power. So the idea is that if we take this experiment in urban liberalism, we would meet Piero Gobetti and enter into a dialogue with him in very fruitful terms. So the idea that liberalism has been and still is multi-layered and multi-dimensional, and we should take account of that. The second one has been, the second point, the second remark will be even shorter than that, and concerns the third important word, Europe. Europe has been seen in this conference as a basically well-defined geographical area that has been involved in sort of European civil war for most of its history, something Europeans should not be really proud of. But the point to which we are invited by Gobetti is the question of the borders of Europe. And nowadays, we talk of ourselves as European under attack by the Russians. Gobetti would say, maybe that's the case now, but at specific given points in 20th century history, Russian history was the leading area in political terms, and his interpretation of the Soviet Revolution 1917 was in terms of a liberal revolution, emancipatory, something that already Christiane has mentioned, the emancipatory potential that is in liberalism. You might object, obviously, that Piero Gobetti was wrong. He might have been wrong, but it doesn't detract from the importance of the point that, especially since we are facing a threat from outside, we should know and understand what the reasons are and what the core of the culture of the power that is trying to basically annihilate Europe as now is. So the idea that there is a dignity in the history of all states and of all cultures, of all nations, is something that is integral to the liberal notion of culture. And Piero Gobetti made a very noteworthy effort to learn Russian, to read Russian novels, to try to understand up to a point, as much as possible, the reasons why Lenin was there, why Trotsky was there, and this is something that we should also, in a way, do, especially in these very dire and dramatic moments. Very final remark, liberalism as activity. This is the legacy that is the most important. It's not an abstract notion. It is something that has to do with life, with undertaking, with potential, with creativity, and I hope you will be joining me in this experiment in urban history of liberalism on the footsteps, following the footsteps of Piero Gobetti. And thank you for your attention. And
thank you. Edoardo, after your closure, what I could say, I am Alessandra Venturini, I am an economist, I have the chair in European Migration Studies, they should have, and I have few things to say. I want to thank the organizer of the conference, Federico Trocini, Matthew Doria, and Roberto Marchionatti for the organization of this fantastic debate. And I just make two comments. This is ISPER migration trade, and this is a very well-known analysis in which you understand how the trade in the 60s were organized. The United States were very important, UK as well very important, Germany and France. So Europe was not still a dominant partner. And on the right we had Russia and few countries over there. So this is, in the 90s, we have already a big change. Europe is becoming more organized. We have France, Italy, UK become less important. The size of the country, you don't understand everything, but it's clear. Russia is the black color, and you understand how it's already starting to exchange with Germany. So Germany always used with Russia the trade to keep the link with them. And on the other side, you have the United States. The United States is trading with the Asian, and Japan is becoming the first important area of the China is emerging with few followers, probably is there with few followers, but is here on the lower part with few followers, but this was the scenario. What happened later on? These are data done by standard data of the IMF and so on. In the year 2020, everything changed. We have Germany, which is still at the core of trade in Europe. We have France on the top, Italy over there, but United States is no more so much linked to that. We have China, which is the big player, and United States that completely lost the center. And China, that means that all this world, the African country, Latin American country, depend on China trade. So China in 2001 entered the World Trade Organization. Germany is strengthening its dominant role in Europe. UK is more and more linked to the US, so we should not be surprised of the exit of UK from Europe. Trade was already anticipating this, but US was replaced by China in the role of central international trade, and among which we also find countries of G20, Australia, Brazil, India, South Africa, and Russia. So this is an important change. Europe probably can be separate from the rest of the world. It can strengthen, but what is important is that if you compare democratic autocratic regime, in 2005, 50% of the population will live in a democratic country, while 50% in autarky. In 2021, 75% are living in autarky, 25% in a democracy.
Sorry if the English is not perfect. There is democrazia, not, I was rushing. And what does this mean? That a lot of countries change type of government? No, it means that China was still growing. But China will stop growing in the demographic term. It's reached the transition, and so China is the country which is aging more at the world level. So this in China, the weight of China among the autocratic country is not, will not increase it. But the production, if you look at the production, 30% of the world production is done by autocratic regime, while in the past there were only 15%. If you look at the listed company, in 1989, 3% of the world were coming from autocratic country, now 30%. And its share of patent is the future, is the innovation, so the role that you can have in the future. In 1995, there were 5%, and now are 60%. Chinese before Japanese in the past were borrowing, using European or American patent. Now they are producing their own. So this is something that in this debate of liberalism is very important. What Europe can do? Stay close, we discuss about our issue, we stop trade, or what we can do. The solution is not in my hand, I'm not a politician, the journalist was already stressing this point. The trade was the tool, the policy tool that Germany has used with Russia, but didn't work. So it's not an effective tool. And with China, is a tool that don't exist. They are dominant. They can change the demand with internal demand. They don't know the others. Or they know a little bit of Africa for the agricultural product that they grow there for their own population, but they don't need. So what we can do to not remain the only island of democratic country? I am many things, but I'm a migration person, so I see this channel as a crucial one. We can use social remittances, which has always been very important. What does it mean? You have migrant, when they come back, they don't bring back only money, but also ideas. But even more, we have a lot of foreign students. In Torino, we have thousands of foreign students coming, Chinese foreign students coming at the Politecnico. And of course, they learn only technical issues. And from the section this morning, I learned that literature, art can transmit much more value than formal teaching of democracy. And so my suggestion would be to expand the cultural artistic dimension, or to force a cultural artistic dimension on the foreign student, because also these autocratic countries sooner or later will run into power. China, Russia is already, you already see what is happening, and Chinese, we have the new nomination of the president, and now we have here in Torino the summer school on Chinese with China's economy and so on. And it's really challenging to understand how China politically will develop. And so liberalism and this lesson that we can teach them should be exported more in this area. Thank you very much for the conference.
We end on, I think, a rather pessimistic note, but thank you to all our contributors today. It's been really fantastic. We have, on the programme, it says aperitif. So, let's go.